Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? I just wanted to check the line.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. And I'm just wondering whether you can see me as well.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Super. I'll just switch it off then until the session starts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Sophie Hogenboom, and I'm your host in the FabLab workshop room for today, coming to you live from Trieste. We will start the session on the Declaration for the Future of the Internet soon. But before we start, I would like to ask my co-host to introduce herself and the session rules.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to those of you in the room. My name is Carlotte Moraes, and I would like to walk through the session rules because we are operating in a hybrid format and we would like for the session to go as smoothly as possible. Luckily, we have our moderator here on site with us. So the dynamic of the questions might be a little bit different because we also have a lot of participants on site. But if you are attending online, please make sure you are muted throughout the session. And if you wish to ask a question or speak, please raise your hand through the Zoom functionality. If you don't know how to do it, we can help you. And if you are on site, please do raise your hand and the moderator will give you the floor. Thank you very much. I will now pass the floor to our moderator, Titi.
Okay, thanks a lot, Sophia and Colette. Good morning, everyone. And thanks for joining this workshop on the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. It's a great honor for me and a pleasure to moderate this workshop with such important speaker. As you know, on April 28, the United States European Commission and among with the 60 partners signed and launched the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. That is a political commitment among the partners to advance a positive vision for the Internet and for digital technologies. This declaration reconfirms and recommits the partners to support a future for the Internet that is open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, secure. One global Internet that is really open and inclusive, and that fosters privacy and also human rights. As you know, the declaration includes 5 main principles where the partners are committed to. So they want to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms of all people, promote a global Internet that advances the free flow of information, and also advance inclusive and affordable connectivity for all, so that all people could benefit from digital economy. But also they are committed to promote trust in the global digital cooperation, including protection of privacy and also to strengthen the multi-stakeholder approach to governance that keeps Internet running for the benefit of all. So in the workshop today, we want to reflect and share a few thoughts on this initiative with so important speakers that are dedicating most of their life work to the Internet. So we want to discuss how we can support this process to promote and implement the principles of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, and how the IGF, the EuroDIG, the NRIs, the National and Regional Initiative, could also support this process to promote and implement the principle of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. So we have a so important panel and speaker. We have Paul Mitchell from the IGF MAG Chair, Henriette Esterhuizen, former MAG Chair, Georgi Kancho from the Swiss government, and also Steve Sands from the European Commission, and Wolfgang Knechter, professor of Aarhus University, and Nigel from UK government, and then Riccardo Villa from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Italian government. So let's start with Paul Mitchell, IGF MAG Chair. I don't know, Mitchell, if you are connected, if you can hear us.
I can hear you just fine.
So thanks a lot for joining this workshop. I know it's very early in the States now. So the question for you is, as you know, since the beginning, the IGF has been discussing and addressing public policy issues related to the internet with a multi-stakeholder approach. And the principles that are included in the Declaration for the Future Internet sustain a global open internet that reinforces democratic principles, fundamental freedoms, but using a multi-stakeholder approach. So, in your opinion, how the IGF, the NRIs, the intersectional activities could support and promote this principle of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet?
Well, thank you for the question. And thank you. Greetings to everybody who's there in Trieste. I'm sorry I can't be there. I want to make a note that really the old is new and the new is old when it comes to supporting the growth and development of the internet around the world. At this point, it's old news that we have demonstrated the value of the internet and the dependency on it with the pandemic, the fact that we're doing divided hybrid workshops instead of all in person, and we're sort of recovering our footing after almost 3 years of isolation for many people. But that's made possible by the connectivity that is growing from around 400 million people in the early 2000s. We've reached 5 billion plus users to this point, but many are still living in absolutely off-world existence, which is disproportionately impacting vulnerable, marginalized groups. Now, this is really very important. The Declaration for the Future of the Internet is all about ensuring connectivity and access to the world's population, and ensuring that there's some consistency in the way that policy is applied. And the policy environment is really changing. In the early 2000s, the internet governance world really started with the World Summit on the Information Society and the Tunis Agenda, and with that, the original mandate of the IGF. Well, the IGF, to bring this around to how the IGF supports the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, since its inception, the IGF has been discussing and addressing public policy issues related to the internet using this multi-stakeholder approach. That multi-stakeholder approach has been groundbreaking, reinforcing core democratic principles, fundamental freedoms, and human rights, as reflected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So when we have the new Declaration for the Future of the Internet leaning in to these same ideas that the IGF has championed, we have 1 + 1 = 3 result. Today, we are seeing many other regional and international mechanisms emerging, including the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, the Our Common Agenda, and the Global Digital Compact, and that Declaration for the Future of the Internet comes in on top of those as well. The IGF has, from its initial groundbreaking multi-stakeholder approach, has kept pace with and evolved and endured, demonstrating the durability of the multi-stakeholder approach. And this year, the MAG is really focusing on the program structure that reflects the most recent global policy and action trends, including recognition of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. The structure for this year's IGF is built around the theme Resilient Internet for a Shared and Sustainable Common Future, with topics that are closely aligned with the Secretary General's Global Digital Compact. The IGF is, in fact, much more than a conference. It's a platform and an ecosystem that includes substantial intersessional engagement, working together with stakeholders from around the world, brainstorming through the best practice forums on cybersecurity and gender, as well as policy networks on internet fragmentation and meaningful access. At this point, there are 24 issue-focused dynamic coalitions. Over the past 16 years, the platform has expanded to also include 152 national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs, and these NRIs have brought to the attention of the world numerous internet governance issues through the platform, effectively raising their visibility. So in summary, the IGF is a powerful ally that has pioneered the topic of internet governance. The IGF's grown in stature and influence and clearly demonstrated the tangible benefits of the multi-stakeholder model, as the DFI suggests. And that is its core contribution to the future in supporting the DFI. So thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for Mitchell for so important reflection on the DFI and the IGF. I hope there will be always more synergy between the DFI and the IGF. And now I give the floor to Steve Sanz, Head of Internet Governance Sector to the European Commission. And the question for you is always referring to Declaration for the Future of Internet that reaffirms the vision of open, free, and global, interoperable, and secure internet. And this, the principle of the declaration is in line with European principles as they have been included in the Declaration of Digital Rights and Principle. So the question for you is this, Steve, is how the principle of the declaration could be translated in more concrete policies and action. And if you can just share a few thoughts on the impact that the declaration could have on the European policy, if there is a plan of the Commission to engage new stakeholders in the FAI, if there are follow-up activities, and also if EuroDIG could support in some way this process that will be initiated by the European Commission. So the floor is yours, Steve.
Thank you.
So many questions for you.
Many questions. It's really my privilege to be able to address some of them very quickly, and very happy to be here and to be invited on site behind you. Looking at you in any case. So yeah, we'll just make a brief speech, because I think that Paul has somehow captured a little bit the spirit of this interconnection between the declaration and the multi-stakeholder model, which I think it's very important. Let me just start by saying how important this declaration is for the EU. We feel it can be really a needed instrument that really covers things that we think states should do and should not do in relation to the open internet. These are very general principles that, as Paul was suggesting, it really fits very easily with the overall IGF philosophy and principles that have been discussed for a long time. But nonetheless, it was very important to put them on paper and to rally as many states as possible to commit to those principles, because basically we think that they are in danger. We are in a state of play these days on the open internet, where we feel that we need to recommit to the open internet as public authorities to fulfill the initial ideal of the internet, which it's still there, but we know that it requires work. This is a very important process for the European Union. There has been extensive consultations with EU member states. We have shaped the declaration. We have worked together with the partners of the declaration to really feel comfortable with the final document. And we will work very intensively for the proper implementation of the declaration, which we think is key. And we also think that indeed it's very important to involve the stakeholder community in this implementation. So we all know the key thing about any resolution, any documents, any political statement is how it gets implemented, and we are going to take it very seriously, and we are going to make it a truly multi-stakeholder process in its implementation. Even though the declaration itself refers to things that states do and don't do around the internet. For example, internet shutdowns, etc. And it also has a very strong human rights element, which I really think is what's behind any sort of regulatory intervention that does not affect the openness of the internet, that does not fragment the internet. At that level, we need to see human rights as underlying any regulation that might affect the internet as the element that really keeps the internet open and global. The implementation will be. Next steps, we are going to have a high-level political conference this year, in 2022, later this year, that it will be by definition multi-stakeholder conference, where there's going to be different sections, workshops involving members of the multi-stakeholder community that will discuss how to implement each and every one of these 5 principles, you know, the general 5 principles, but then they are subdivided in different issues. So this conference is going to kind of kickstart this reflection about the implementation. It will be a multi-stakeholder conference, but there will be states invited in the declaration. There are 60 states that have subscribed to the declaration, including all EU member states. But the aim, of course, is to increase the number of states that will subscribe to the declaration and increase the number of stakeholders that will publicly commit to the elements of the declaration. Once we kickstart this implementation process with this big conference, which is likely to take place in the EU, so all still being under discussion with partners, then we will indeed kickstart a much more, well, this is a very interesting initiation of the involvement of the declaration with EuroDIG. But we will kickstart a very pragmatic involvement with the IGF and with EuroDIG, if, of course, communities in IGF and EuroDIG accept to have these dedicated sessions on the declaration to really gather all the input and feedback and elements that the IGF community, the EuroDIG community can bring into the table. And for this, the concrete shape, it's something that it's up for discussion. You know, at one point, we will need to go very concrete. We will need to design workshops that really have the time and the capacity to discuss very concrete elements in relation to the implementation. Let's see what format we can find. But bottom line is that the implementation of this declaration, which is going to be the key process in the end of the declaration, we will have a multi-stakeholder framework.
Is there any timeline for this process?
The big conference will be this year. I cannot confirm anything else. And we have also the expectation that the IGF will accommodate a session, a general session, the declaration. But of course, the process attracting more signatories to the declaration, of getting a very broad spectrum of the community included in the declaration is something that will be done in the next months or next years. Again, the declaration really, it translates somehow at this more global level, something that is already on the table in the political process. One of the questions that you ask is how this is going to affect EU policy making. I think that it really reflects what it tries to reflect what we're doing. That's why it was very easy for EU member states and for the European Union in general to subscribe to the declaration. But it also reflects our own internal process in the drafting of what we call the Declaration of Digital Rights and Principles. It was a process that was already going on before the declaration came to the table, and now this declaration for the future of the internet really reflects those principles. And the implementation of both documents is something that, again, we're going to take very seriously. Very important and strategic process.
So thanks a lot, Steve. Okay, so now let's move to Henriette Castelloisen, Executive Director of IPC and former MAC Chair. Henriette, the question for you is on how the declaration could attract more countries like African countries, India, Brazil, and in what way your stakeholder is promoting the declaration to global South. So, and the other question is if, in your opinion, the declaration is adequately supported by the civil society and the businesses. So the Henriette, floor is yours.
Thanks, Titi, and I hope you can all hear me. And it's great to have people online and in the room. And I have to tell you, the ones that are not here in the room, it's an incredible room. We should try and do a virtual walk through it. Titi, I like much of the declaration. So I want to disclose that, I particularly like the idea of reclaiming the promise of the internet. In fact, I'd like the declaration to be stronger on securing the publicness of the internet. But I think it has actually failed. Firstly, it has failed at the level of really using the bottom-up multi-stakeholder approach. It was presented more or less as a finished product, first raised at the IGF in Katowice, discussed and presented, but it was already more or less a completed product. The IGF community, other multi-stakeholder forums weren't really given the opportunity to help shape that declaration. And secondly, I think it also sadly missed the opportunity of really using the multilateral intergovernmental process to get buy-in from other governments, particularly from the global south. I'm very glad that Europe is supporting it, but I think it's also easier for Europe to support it in many respects because of related documents that Europe has produced, which have been consulted very, very thoroughly within the European context. But, to get buy-in from countries like India, Brazil, South Africa, other countries in the global south, you don't give them a finished product and say support it. You start working with them. You help them set the agenda. You have them give them the opportunity to actually shape it. It might make it more difficult. It might mean you have fewer principles, but at least you then have something that you can actually call global. And I think the benefit of doing it in this way, in the way that the US has worked with the declaration and the way that Europe has worked with the declaration on internet principles, is that you have a more substantial document that has more substantive content. So that's the strength. The risk of working in a more bottom-up multi-stakeholder way and in working in a more truly multilateral way is that you have less substantive content, maybe fewer things that everyone agrees on. And I think you have to weigh those two against one another. What is of more value at this point in our project towards effective, accountable, human rights-oriented, human-centric internet governance? Fewer principles that everyone agrees on, or most people agree on, or more in-depth, detailed principles that some parts of the world agree on. I actually think we need both, and I think there's value in both, but I think we also have to be honest about recognizing these instruments for what they are and what their limitations are. And just before I stop, I want to remind us of the Net Mondiale, partly because I think there are many people here at EuroDIG who were very instrumental in Net Mondiale, who were part of, I don't think Demi is with us here, but he's certainly at EuroDIG. We have Wolfgang Kleinbach here, Adam Peak, people that were part of that process, other people from Brazil who were working on it. Nigel. Where's Nigel? And Nigel Hickson, exactly. So, and I think the strength of Net Mondiale. So for those who don't know what Net Mondiale was, it was a process initiated by Brazil and the technical community, ICANN, the regional internet registries, and the other so-called Internet Society, ISTAR organizations, given leadership by the government of Brazil. At the time when there was a lot of tension along the INA transition and the US government's control over ICANN and IANA. And I think what the Brazilians and their partners succeeded in doing that was two things. Firstly, they made visible to people in the North or people in the US who didn't really understand why, it was a problem for some people that ICANN was in contractual relationship with the US government. It made that understandable to people. It created the opportunity for collaboration between actors in the global south who were uncomfortable with those arrangements and actors in the global north, such as the European Union, for example, and many European states who were also not comfortable with the relationship between ICANN and the US government. And therefore, because it made it visible, it made a creative platform for common understanding, it then created the opportunity for agreeing on a common process for the INA transition to take place. And I think without the IGF, without these multi-stakeholder spaces, without the Net Mondiale process, I don't think the INA transition would have gone ahead in the way that it did. Secondly, I think what the Net Mondiale did is that it drafted its statement, Net Mondial's statement of principles on internet governance, in a very bottom-up way. It opened up the process where it started with a blank slate, and the multi-stakeholder community could say what they want to see in that. I think where it failed, and I think that's why it's important to look at the bottom-up multi-stakeholder process and the multilateral process. I think where Net Mondial failed eventually was that it wasn't able to then transition or translate that consultative process into the multilateral space, which meant that many of the many UN member states opted out to the end. Russia opted out, India opted out. And you need a multilateral forum where you are able to negotiate that kind of agreement. But at the same time, I really do think we shouldn't forget Net Mondial. I think analyzing what worked well, analyzing what did not work well is a good way of approaching. And then just finally, I think what I would like to see is the Declaration of the Future of the Internet being used as a preparatory input to the Global Digital Compact. And I think that can be its real value. But I do think we kind of have to go back a few steps if you really want buy-in from civil society, the multi-stakeholder community, and from countries in the global south.
Okay, thanks, Ariette, for your suggestion. They are very good, and we can try to think more on the Net Mondial process and try to see, to learn from this process and maybe apply to the declaration for the future of the internet in the next months, and the use as preparation for the global digital compact. Now I give the floor to the Professor Wolfgang Kleinbarter from University of House. I don't know if Wolfgang is with us. Can you hear us, Wolfgang? Okay, so thanks for joining this workshop. We can't hear you. Maybe you are muted. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. So thanks.
Okay, wonderful. So I want to echo what Henriette has said, that the Declaration on the Future of the Internet has great intentions. So it's basically a good document. But in my eyes, it's not a masterpiece if it comes to the procedures and also to the process of implementation. So I think the strength of the document is that it reiterates the basic principles. So I wrote an article about how to save the past in the future of the internet. So in the beginning of the internet, we had all these noble principles, which are now, let's say, reworded in the declaration: openness, inclusiveness, unfragmented internet, you know, that human rights-based and freedom and all this. I think this is not new, but important to repeat it again and again and again, like the human rights are, if they reiterated today in documents, so there are no new human rights. So we still support the human rights laid down in the Human Rights Declaration from 1948. And insofar to reiterate the principles of the internet, all this openness, inclusivity, accountability, transparency, and so on. I think this is really important, and that's the good part. But with all new developments in technology, sometimes we forget the framework in which all this is based. Insofar, it's the right time. We had the Tunis agenda. We had the Net Mondial Declaration, which was also mentioned by Henriette and Titi. And now we have this declaration. So that means this is the good thing. What are the weak points in my eyes? So there are three weak points. The first thing is how the declaration was made. I think it's a contradiction in itself if the declaration supports the multi-stakeholder approach, and then the stakeholders, the non-state actors, are more or less excluded from making of the declaration. So there was no really public consultations. There was no bottom-up development of text, as we did see it in the Net Mondial Sao Paulo Declaration. So insofar, you know, the risk is that a lot of stakeholders and other groups do not take this very seriously. So this undermines the strength of the declaration if you just formulate it, from a governmental perspective and say, yeah, multi-stakeholder approach is good and we support this principle. So this is the first weak point. The second weak point is it's a declaration, that's fine, but what to do with this declaration? It's on paper. So there is no process added, how to implement, to review, or to reconsider the principles. So what I expect and hope is that there will be a process in place sooner or later where, number one, other stakeholders can join and can sign it. So we have this with the Paris call for trust and security in cyberspace, where more than 1,000 stakeholders have signed the document, which originally had also no more than 60 signatures. But there is no procedure in the document, how non-state actors and other governments can sign or support the document. And there is no a process in place where you can from time to time have review conferences or reports, how the declaration is implemented on the national, regional, or on the global level. So that's the second weak point. And the third weak point is it's a little bit disconnected from other global processes which are taking place. So it was already mentioned that the United Nations has started process already years ago, with the high-level panel, then with the roadmap on digital cooperation, with the common agenda. Now we are discussing the Global Digital Compact, and we are moving towards business plus 20. So in the final paragraph of the declaration, all these processes are mentioned, but you do not know how this is interlinked and, whether this will be done in parallel or as an alternative or in competition. So this is a little bit confusing. This is also unclear, how this will be related to the activities of the Freedom Online Coalition. The Freedom Online Coalition, which was established already more than 10 years ago, has human rights on its agenda and as the Declaration on the Future of the Internet. So will this duplicate the efforts, how this the Declaration on the Future of the Internet can contribute to the implementation of the joint statements which were published by the Freedom Online Coalition in previous years. The presidency of the Freedom Online Coalition this year is with Canada. So we have seen every year a huge conference like last year, the Helsinki conference. So, and for me, it's really unclear how this comes together and will contribute to a mainstream, which is the further implementation of the Tunis agenda for a people-centered information society within freedom, free, open, interoperable, etc. Internet. So mixed feelings. So very good intentions, but not well made. Back to you, Tidi.
Okay, thanks a lot, Wolfgang. We hope that the declaration in the future will be more interlinked to the other similar initiatives, and also that could engage more stakeholders. Now I give the floor to Jorge Gancho, Deputy Head of the International Relations at the FedCom, Switzerland government. So, Jorge, I hope you can hear me. And okay. Jorge? Okay, so I hope you can share the perspective of a country, the Swiss government, that didn't sign the declaration yet. So the floor is yours, Jorge.
Okay, I hope you hear me okay.
Yes, fine.
Okay, that's great. So thanks very much for inviting me. And as you rightly said, it's a country, Switzerland, that has not signed yet. So the question is, perhaps why not yet, and might it be in the future? So perhaps I can start with some comments or some reflections. First of all, we are very much aligned with the international position of the European Union. But of course, Switzerland is not part of the European Union. So that may also explain this small disconnect. At the same time, you know, Switzerland is a small but a very hyper-connected country, which depends very much on global rules and architectures and has a strong tradition of bottom-up decision-making. Perhaps it's also helpful to for understanding where we are coming from if we shed some light on some of the main features of our political tradition, which are relevant here. First is our consensus and democratic decision-making process. It's often referred as a consensus democracy due to a system where we try to have everyone on board. All stakeholders are involved and are consulted in the shaping of any decisions, and their views are taken into account seriously and diligently, because otherwise anyone can promote a referendum, for instance, and struck down a law. So that's a very important part of it. A second one is that we believe in federalism and subsidiarity. This also means that power is shared between different levels of government. And third, perhaps as an overall goal, is to produce solutions that are balanced, inclusive, and acceptable to all involved, always with a spirit of seeking shared solutions, compromise solutions, acceptable solutions, as Henriette has hinted at a little bit. And this obviously leads to a healthy sense of ownership for all that have been involved, which also facilitates the effective implementation of a policy or a law or a decision once it has gone through that lengthy and difficult process. Finally, another part of our tradition is, of course, that we host the main European offices of the United Nations. So we have a very strong link with the United Nations as the universal, as the international and global place to discuss and to take decisions on international issues. So, dear colleagues, dear audience, with such traditions in mind, it may come as no surprise to you that we have been strong supporters, also financially, of the WSIS process, the IGF, the EuroDIG, and many other multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes. We also have been strong supporters of the high-level panel and its report, The Age of Digital Interdependence, because we thought that this is an important step to anchor the multi-stakeholder approach within the United Nations and to develop the IGF into an IGF Plus, which is more effective and has a higher political profile and visibility. We are also contributing to the Global Digital Compact as the unique opportunity to put this architecture to work. And we helped, or we tried to contribute, that the IGF aligned its 2022 program to the main elements envisioned for the Global Digital Compact. So if we look at the substance of what is in the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, there's a lot of interest from our side, because we are already, I think we can say, staunch supporters of an open, a free, a secure, a single, and an interoperable and trustworthy internet. At least we try to contribute as much as possible to those goals. Everything firmly anchored in human rights and democratic principles. So we are generally aligned with the content of the declaration. So we are following it with a lot of interest and attention. At the same time, as I explained before, we attach great importance to the principles of inclusivity, universality, and multi-stakeholderism. And almost the only thing we have as a small country is the value of what we say if we walk the talk, because we don't have the power to persuade others through other means. So based on such principles, we are steadfast supporters, as I said, of the IGF and similar efforts like the EuroDIG to develop digital cooperation in this age of digital interdependence. We think, therefore, that a broad support from a large number of countries, in the sense that Henriette mentioned before, from all regions of the world, including the Global South, and also a strong buy-in and ownership from the multi-stakeholder community are really essential for the success of any initiative. An important element in that regard could, of course, also be a multi-stakeholder follow-up within the framework of the UNIGF. And the idea that Henriette floated of having the declaration as an input for the Global Digital Compact is surely worthwhile considering. So I leave it by that, and I hope this has shed some light on our current position. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for your reflection, your thoughts. That very, very important for the discussion. So we have just 10 minutes left almost, so I give the floor to Riccardo Villa from Italian government. He's the vice head of policy security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Riccardo, if you can hear us, you can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thanks a lot, Riccardo, for joining this session. So if you can just share the main initiatives the Italian government has launched to support and promote the declaration principles.
Thank you for the question, and really not very happy about not being in Trieste with you today, not only for the room, but because of the beauty of the city. And thank you very much for organizing also this session on the DFI. Italy has, unlike the previous speaker, subscribed to the declaration. And we also thank, obviously, the Commission for having brought forward and rallied all EU member states around this declaration. We find, obviously, that all of the principles contained therein are in line with our national positions. I had previously prepared an intervention, which I'm actually going to disregard completely, if you allow me, also to react to some of the speakers who came before. So Italy is a staunch supporter of multilateralism, of multilateral systems. We are also very much attached to the multi-stakeholder approach that we try and replicate within our national decisions in different sectors. So as far as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is concerned, and that's where I come from, we have been actively working to ensure that Italy is not only represented, but provides an active contribution to all the multilateral fora where it belongs and participates to, as well as the initiatives that we deem worthwhile which have the possibility of influencing the global decision-making processes. So I think the Freedom of Online Coalition was mentioned as one of them, and we have become part of it only last year, so 10 years after, but we're now part of the Freedom of Online Coalition and are participating actively in some of these working groups, and we're also actively contributing to the open-ended working group on cybersecurity within the UN First Committee. Why am I saying this? It's because many of the points and issues which are dealt with in the DFI are actually already part of ongoing processes in different organizations and in different formats. And the idea is not precisely to duplicate any of this work, but it's to ensure that we have that we coalesce around the principles of the DFI, and then you know, as according to means, at least as far as states are concerned, we can carry out the work in different processes according to the principles of the DFI. I sympathize very much with the intervention by Henriette, who has gathered also support from others. Some of you might be aware of the fact that in the OEWG process that I mentioned earlier on, there is an initiative which is called the Program of Action on Cyber, which is being proposed. It's being co-signed by 60 states now, and is the gist of this program of action is to ensure that the work on cybersecurity, and this is only one of the many things which are mentioned in the DFI, becomes sustainable over time. And we have proceeded precisely in the way that Henriette was describing as far as working method is concerned, i.e. we've left the initiative, the contours of the initiative as open as possible, and we've approached several states, not only in the UN context, but also in bilateral instances and different regional groupings, in order to gather their thoughts on the initiative and build it together with them. This is a process which takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, but we firmly believe that this is a way in which we should proceed in order to ensure a working platform that is stable and is not subject to continuous resolutions, like, for example, the OEWG, which is now a process which will have to be object of resolutions again in order to be continued. You are all aware of the geopolitics at the moment, which are not always very conducive for these kind of discussions. And I wanted to add an element maybe to the discussions which I haven't heard today, and that is the sense of urgency that there is in order not only to reaffirm the principles that we all agreed to, and again, I refer to the previous speaker who does not have a problem with the contents of the declaration, but also, like Henriette said, there was maybe a problem with the way in which was done, which was a rushed, or at least perceived as rushed manner. So why am I saying this? A sense of urgency is that you are aware that in different fora, I can mention the ITU, for example, but I can mention the OEWG as well, which I'm more familiar with. But in many other instances, these principles are subject to constant attacks. Let me use this word, which is a bit strong, but there seems to be a pattern to weaken these principles and weaken the way in which these are applied. Without naming names, I think you're all aware of what we're referring to. So we're also in the business of defending what we have at the moment. So not only promoting and opening up and sharing, but we also need to defend at the same time. So it's not always easy. You will have seen that on the internet there is malicious behavior, which is increasing. We have, you know, our services working, whether it's also in the Defense Ministry, in the Ministry of Interior, that it's ongoing work on a daily basis, which keeps us all very, very busy. I also wanted to maybe leave you with one last thought. And this is related to Estebe's point. We're really looking forward to hearing about the high-level political conference later this year and how we can contribute to that. But he also said something very important, which is raising the awareness and also the implementation of the DFI. Raising the awareness is extremely important, and events like today's EuroDIG's work is extremely valuable in that sense. But there is also the necessity of digging a little bit deeper within the constituencies of each member state in order to develop this awareness and also develop the skills of the people who will be then contributing to defending these principles and implementing the DFI. The issue of the skills is extremely important. Again, not to insist on the cyber domain, but we have just approved a new national strategy in Italy, a cybersecurity strategy, which has an implementation plan attached to that. And there are several of these actions which are related to education and awareness. So it's just a small snapshot. I hope that the main points kind of ring a bell with our discussions today. I'm happy to come back with more. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Riccardo, for your thoughts. And so we have to defend our position and also to improve these processes. So now I give the floor to the last intervention from UK government, Nigel Hickson. We know that UK with other countries worked with US in developing the DFI and also securing all the Westland range of countries to sign this declaration. And we want to ask you, Nigel, what are the main reasons why UK has been an advocate of the declaration? So, Nigel, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can I speak from here? Is this okay? Or
that's fine.
People can hear me?
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing. Well, I mean, it's not amazing.
Great
People can hear
technology.
me, but I mean, it's
So don't whisper anything secret to your name.
no, right, of course not. No. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for organising this session. I'm sorry I got here late. I was just sitting in the main room and then realised I was in the wrong room, which happens, in life. Happens to me increasingly, which is worrying. But and so I do apologise for missing the European Commission's intervention, but I'll listen to it. Yes, why did the UK sign up? I mean, the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, and I will be serious. Don't worry. I mean, the UK likes to sign things in general. I mean, it's nice to be part of a club. We don't like to be excluded. I won't talk about the European Union, of course. It was good to sign up to the declaration. But in all seriousness, I think the declaration came at the right time in terms of our involving, in terms of the evolution of our thinking in the UK about the future of the internet, about the future of the multi-stakeholder process, if you like. And we heard, those of us that were in the previous session, we heard an excellent discussion on that. And that, identified, if you like, one of the reasons for signing the Declaration for the Future of the Internet was our concern, or is our concern, about the future of internet governance. And I think that session emphasized that we are in stormy waters. We're not in calm seas. We don't have that picture of the boats, floating on the ocean. We're not setting our sails necessarily in the right way for the future. So we have got issues as a multi-stakeholder community, if you like, as a global community. And so for us, signing on to the Declaration of the Future of the Internet was clearly to do with, as I say, our thinking that we needed to put something, we needed to draw a line in the sand. We needed to put a marker down. We needed to put our head above the parapet and say, well, actually, not all is right. We want to commit to these principles, we hope other people will commit to these principles. And in doing so, to counter the rhetoric that we see from some countries, and we have to be honest about this, the new IP proposals, which although, technical in nature, some of them would have directly contradicted our view and the view of many other countries, clearly in signing up to this declaration, that we ought to have an open internet, that we ought to have a global internet, that we ought to have an internet that's governed through multi-stakeholder processes. The new IP proposals would, if enacted, would effectively replace what we have at the moment in terms of the governance of the internet by a top-down system where governments can exert their authority, their sovereignty, not just on their own country, but on others as well. So we see those proposals. We also see statements by Russia, and nothing wrong with countries being clear about what they want in life. Russia clearly has made statements before the invasion of Ukraine and the consequences of that. But before that, they clearly said that they would use their presidency, that's the wrong word, they would use their position as Secretary General of the ITU, if they got elected as Secretary General of the ITU, to enhance the ITU's role in the governance of the internet, to replace the work of ICANN and regional internet registries and other technical bodies that currently govern the internet under the auspices of what we have in the WSIS agenda. They would Judas agenda, they would effectively push for governance, top-down governance control of the internet, which is, is a view of a country. Other countries will have different views. Some may agree, some may not. So I think, the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, and in particular, the way it commits members to protect and strengthen the multi-stakeholder system of internet governance, including the development, deployment, and management of its main technical protocols and other related standards and protocols. So I think that's very important indeed for us, this reaffirmation, if you like, of these principles of a multi-stakeholder approach. And so we're very pleased that the declaration has been signed up to by a diversity of countries. I mean, clearly it's not perfect. It's not perfect in that it hasn't been signed up to by 192 countries or whatever, but 60 odd countries, it's work in progress. And I think that in itself is important, that declaration by those countries. Because once you make a political declaration like the Declaration of the Future of the Internet, boy, you're going to be kept to it. Now,
Are you?
Are you? Yes, well, I mean, Henriette raises a good point. Are you going to be kept to it? But, I will have no compunction, no hesitation. My English is dreadful today. I will have no hesitation at standing up at the ITU or standing up in the UN, not that letting, but I would have no hesitation at all in saying to a country that had signed up to the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, why are you voting in this particular way, or why are you supporting a proposal that is directly contrary to these principles? So I think it is important that if you sign up as a government to something, that you adhere to that process. And and if you don't adhere, you should be called into account. So that's. I'm not going to waffle on and on. I think I had two other points I wanted to make. First of all, I of course reckon. We in the UK of course recognise that the processes are perfect. And Wolfgang and Henriette have referred to these points, and we no doubt will have the opportunity to debate these points both online and in this room, because your input, people's input, not government's input, but the wider stakeholder community input into this process is so important. Yes, this was a political declaration by governments that was then opened up to stakeholders, and as Wolfgang has correctly said, that is not the way that should be done in a truly multi-stakeholder way. It wasn't the way of Net Mondiale, of course, when we were all in the room together, all stakeholders. But it was a political commitment. It is open for improvement. It's open for adjustment. It's open in terms of people signing up to it. And it's great to hear that there's going to be a sort of further discussion and a further process where stakeholders can come together and discuss this at some sort of conference later in the year. So I think I'll stop there and welcome the discussion and welcome the fact that we have the opportunity for this session. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Nigel. Okay. So I don't know if there is any question from the chat that you want to share. Okay. So then we have reached the close of the session. So I give the floor to Ilya for the wrap up and the conclusion of this session. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we are out of time, but I try to be, short. Well, okay. So to summarize this in just one sentence, it seems that for most of here, the substance is okay, but the process is not. And of course, this needs to be elaborated a little bit. So the process, there has been a problem, having problems in the preparations for many, multi-stakeholder one, it's up, top, down, and of course, lots of countries are outside, but perhaps more people, more countries are going to sign it. The good news is that in this discussion, things came up that indicate that something will be done to those problems and weak points that were identified. Nothing can be done to the process that took place because it's in the past, but it was good news from Esteban that a high-level conference will be called to prepare for the implementation and follow-up. I didn't quite get it. Was it the intention was to have it in this year, right? Okay, yes. Very good. And so this is, I think that this was good news for all of us. And of course, trying to get more signatories to this. This is, I think, the common sort of aim for everybody who is involved. Henriette, of course, pointed out that many countries are not there among the subscribers, and also reminded us about Net Mondiale, and that's really something worth remembering, because what was the Net Mondiale declaration and all that history is a very useful background to what we do. Actually, listening to that, I thought there was somebody said that people who don't know the history, I think this refers to countries. I mean, countries that don't know the history are forced to live through that again. And I think it's a little bit like that. I mean, we have forgotten a lot of that history. Of course, we have people like Wolfgang who can recite it from the very beginning. But I think that we should perhaps take a look at old documents and see if there is something that we could actually start implementing instead of trying to start every time in the scratch, from the scratch, and invent the bicycle again. Yes, here we come to Wolfgang, actually, to the problems of process he pointed out, and he mentioned 3 weak points, how it came about. It is just a declaration, no implementation. And here, of course, there was this good news from you that there will be implementation and on a high level. And last but not least, his third point was it's disconnected from other processes. And thinking of that, I mean, there are so many processes now that nobody can really remember them anymore, including, of course, FOI. and also all the processes in the United Nations that were referred to by our Italian participant, the open-ended work group, and so many others, so that perhaps perhaps there should be some coordination from this now. What Wolfgang also pointed out that this history, I mean, Tunis Agenda, Net Mundial Declaration, it's good to think of these things as processes, as very much done. Jorge from Switzerland, Switzerland has not signed this declaration, and he came with many reasons why this the way this declaration was prepared was against the political principles that are valid in Switzerland. But he and so many others actually say that substance is more or less okay, just how it happened, how it came about. There were problems. Roberto Villa from the Minister for Affairs of Italy. He mentioned this open-ended working group and others, but I think that what was important was that he said straight out that we are defending something. We're not only opening up and being nice to everybody, but we are defending what we have. And there are clear dangers and attacks against the internet we know and we like, and we want to continue. So Nigel, pretty much the same thing. Actually, you said we have to draw a line in the sand. We have to put a marker down. We have to indicate what are our, you didn't say, but well, I would say non-negotiable principles. And so this is, there is a interesting dynamic here, because on one hand, drawing a line in the sand, putting down a marker, which indicates that others perhaps want to keep out. On the other side, we have this thing that we should be all inclusive, perhaps, as Andrea said, perhaps not to try to include so much substance, detailed substance, but actually have a few principles and get a wider buy-in. So, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Elio. So thanks a lot to you all for this great discussion. Thanks for joining this workshop. And I hope you will have good participation to the EuroDIG to the next session of today. Okay, so thanks.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, TT.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Regina, can you hear me?
Hi, Hans. Hello, I can hear you well.
Hello, this is Sophie from live from Trieste. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
And if I understood correctly, Regina, you're the moderator of the session, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I will, once we start, I will briefly start with a short introduction, just discussing the EuroDIG session rules, and then I'll give the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's wait for a few more minutes.
Okay. Hi, Georgia. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
All good. What about you?
Yes, I'm very good, thank you.
How was the Monday session? All fine?
It was very good. Yeah, it was really good. The room was packed and everyone was very engaged. So it was good.
Fine.
Hi, Regina. Just checking my mic is working.
Hi, Jaromir. I can hear you well. Perfect.
Thank you.
Even see you. Good. So if I understood correctly, only Hans is going to share slides, right? From the panelists. And I also understood that we should have all co-host rights, so that we should be able, all of us, share whatever is needed.
Yeah, I believe I granted you all co-host rights. Can you see? Yeah, perfect.
Can I see Marjorie connected? Yes. No, yes. Hi, Marjorie. Hello.
Hi, Regina. How are you doing?
All good here. How are you doing?
Very good. Apologies for my few minutes late, but it seems my camera is working as well as the sound. Therefore, we should be sorted.
That's great news. Yes, now we gave a couple of minutes to the participants to reconnect after the lunch. So just to be clear for the organizers, for the panel, we are complete. So whenever you would like to.
I think we can start. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Sophie Hoogeboom, and I am the host of the FabLab here in Trieste. You can also see the room on your screen. Unfortunately, we have no participants right now, but I'm sure that it's likely that someone will put in a few minutes. Before we start, I would like to go over a few of the session rules, which you can also see on the screen. So please make sure that you have on display your full name. And to ask a question, you can raise your hand using the Zoom function. And then after that, I will unmute you, and then you can state your comment or question. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Regina.
Thank you very much, and a big thank to EuroDIG to enabling this session and organizing the whole conference. I can imagine that there are quite a lot of challenges with this hybrid format. It's of course not it will never be as it used to be before, and now I can see the room in the full screen. Yeah, I saw it was a bit more full in the morning, so let's hope people will come later on. This session aims at theoretical and practical challenges of the cross-border data flow, a very, let's say, up-to-date topic with the current situation being in Europe, which is looking for a greater trust and transparency between the various stakeholders involved, and also the criteria under which governments should have access to personal data which are held by the private sector. It was already discussed in the previous session for topic 3 group, the EU ID system planned, which aims to provide high degree of privacy protection, but still there are some design elements which could be challenged. So we will touch on this as well. And last but not least, the famous Fasano study on DNS abuse listed also the suggested duties for different players and the registries. We have 2 representatives today of a CCTLD registry have certain duties even for the infrastructure under the management of the CCTLD registries is just used to navigate the internet. So let's dive into these topics with our great panelists today. We have here Marjorie Buxer, who leads the Digital Society Initiative at Chatham House in the UK. Prior to this, she focused on the fields which included digital inclusion or digital innovation at the organization Purpose and at the World Economic Forum as well. So welcome, Marjorie.
Thank you, Regina. Do you hear me well?
We hear you well. We hear you well.
Perfect.
So I will just go quickly through the various speakers so that we make sure that we have good connection, and when we start with introductory statements. As the next speaker, we welcome today Georgia Osborne, the Senior Researcher Analyst at Oxford Information Labs. She has also experience within counterterrorism and law enforcement, investigations, and policy analysis. Hi, Georgia. Hello.
Hi, Regina. Hi, everyone.
Okay. Then please let me introduce Jaromír Talíř from CZNIC, the .CZ registry. He is, among other fields, responsible for one of the, let's say, pioneer authentication solutions, the Moje ID authentication service at CZNIC. He is also involved in the management of Center Technical Working Group and the project Rege ID, which was done under the Center umbrella, a cooperation of multiple European registries on registrant data sharing. Hi, Jaromír.
Hi, Regina. Hi, everybody from sunny Prague.
And the fourth speaker, Hans Seus, is the External Relations Manager at EuroDIG, the .eu registry. He took over this role this year, but prior to it, he was, among other things, at the birth of the KYC project with .eu, which introduced the various registrant data verification methods. So if I said that CZNIC is the pioneer in the solution, then for sure EuroDIG offers uniquely wide selection of methods for end users from different countries. Hello, Hans.
Hi, Regina. Hi, all.
Okay. So thank you to all for being here today. And if I can please ask Marjorie, the floor is yours for your introductory statement.
Thank you, Regina. So I want to first, so what I would like to do with you today is basically give you an overview of a new project that Chatham House has launched at the beginning of this year on cross-border data transfer in the context of law enforcement and national security. And I have to start by managing your expectation because we're still very much in the process of researching this topic. We just finalized the consultation. So I have more questions than answer for you today, but hopefully quite useful in terms of how sort of outlining the obstacle that we and information that we have received from the community. So the research at the moment is on, we finished the consultation phase and we had 30 interviews with experts from academia, civil society, European institution, national security, law enforcement agency, and private sector actors. And what I would like to do is relay to you some of the sort of tension and specific pain points that were highlighted to us during this consultation. So I suppose the first element that I should highlight is that cross-border data requests have become a critical and sort of essential aspect of criminal investigations in Europe today. And so the European Commission highlighted that more than half of all investigation include a cross-border data request. And so essentially what's happening is that law enforcement authority in Europe needs to request data from outside Europe to private company, and mainly what they say are the main source of data is essentially Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. And the reason why e-evidence or electronic evidence has become so important is, I suppose, two things. The first one is the widespread use of digital technology by the general public. They use Gmail, telecommunication, but also where they log in, et cetera, and a globalized internet architecture. That means that most of the data related to a crime is actually often stored outside the country it has been collected and outside, the territory where the crime happened. And so that leads to a very complex situation today. And why do we see so many tensions around this question of data use in criminal investigation that is stored abroad? I think the first main obstacle and issue that we see in this space is that the legal frameworks that today govern cross-border data transfer are still very deeply rooted in the analog concept of nation state and territorial boundaries. And so broadly speaking, most in the context of law enforcement, the legal framework that apply is the one where the data is physically stored. And often actually this country has no relevance for the specific investigation, apart from the fact that those private companies have their headquarters in these countries. And in that case, it's often the US. And so therefore, what you have is a kaleidoscope of legislation where a lot of the time the US legal system applies, but also to some extent the legislation of the requesting countries, et cetera, et cetera. And so what you have is really unwieldy, conflict-prone legal regime that often insufficiently address the many different aspects of cross-border data in the context of a criminal investigation. And what we see is now an effort to try to create more direct access, where law enforcement authority could request direct access to private companies. But here again, you have many questions and issues regarding, what type of legal regime is sufficient enough to provide protection in terms of privacy, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the main issue, is this question of territorial and outdated legal framework. The second is, and we really specifically look at this topic from a law enforcement and national security angle, because this is also at the core of the problem here. And what we see and what was sort of relayed to us was that the traditional dichotomy that you have between law enforcement and national security imperatives are essentially very blurred. However, in the current legal framework, intelligence services essentially face much less regulation and oversight, and most of the legal framework that apply today is actually they are exempt to it. They're an exemption to it, and the reason why it creates problem is that the question is whether those new direct access or this new agreement between country regarding cross-border data should also include national security operations. And there are different opinion there, but essentially, I think that the key element here is that in a globalized internet, you really have inherent value tension between the need for global and regional cooperation and the sovereign prerogative associated with national security activities. And sort of when the push for greater integration, greater harmonization in the European level, you also have the counter push from practitioners that indicate that surveillance should not be, surveillance should not be part of the scope of international or regional agreement. So I would say that these are really the main obstacle and the many issues that we see that have made those conversations so complex. And for the moment, we don't necessarily see the resolution, but our approach is really to gather this insight, to bring stakeholders together, and sort of to highlight the different perspective. So I'm going to pause there because that was quite broad already. So I'll hand over to you, Regina.
Thank you very much, Marjorie. They are very interesting points, and they go back probably to the whole problem with internet being designed for a good use, and it became with the time a part of a normal life, which unfortunately includes many, let's say, shadow or even black activities. But let's come back to it during the discussion. May I now ask Georgia to come in with her points?
Thanks, Regina. Marjorie has sort of laid out some of the main kind of complexities with cross-border data sharing, and the project which she mentions I've been sort of supporting, but I'm going to be talking a little bit about the practical challenges that come with some of those complexities, because often these complexities have meant that these organizations or agencies have come up with their own practical solutions, or they've had to come up with their own practical solutions. So I'm just going to speak a little bit for the kind of the practical aspects of law enforcement and private companies, and also a little bit about private kind of privacy concerns and the groups that are involved in privacy. What we've seen is a lot of law enforcement agencies try to streamline this process because it is so complex. So a lot of law enforcement agencies have single point of contact when it comes to requesting data, because it is such an important part of any investigation now. As Marjorie mentioned, it is one of the main things that law enforcement agency has in terms of tools to for investigations. So when it comes to streamlining these requests, you have a single point of contact, a SPOC, and they often are the person that is meant to know how to request data from these different tech companies, of which there are many, often abroad, often in America. And it is often one person for many tech companies. So it is that process itself is complex, and you can imagine the difficulties that comes with the different ways and processes that tech companies have in terms of requesting data. So the second thing is that private companies and sort of online digital platforms have also attempted to streamline this process. So while law enforcement agencies have their own methods of requesting data, and often they may have different SPOCs for different areas. Often in Europe, some countries in Europe have many SPOCs and some have one SPOC for everything. So that system itself is not streamlined to one method. And then tech companies themselves have had to work in this complex environment that Marjorie has outlined, where the legislation may not be sort of maybe not fit for purpose, according to some of our during our consultancy period, which is what we've found. So a lot of the organizations have had to come up with methods of streamlining the processes themselves. So a lot of, say, for example, Facebook has a portal system where often law enforcement agencies can request specific data from this portal system. And this is the same across the board for many big technical platforms. And they might have even teams where they can facilitate law enforcement investigations and kind of engage with them and liaise with them on that level. But what we find with that method is that a lot of smaller online digital platforms are not necessarily equipped or resourced in that way, and might be left behind in terms of what to do if a law enforcement agency from perhaps a country that is not a Western democracy comes to them and says, can we please have this data? So that is a challenge for these tech companies themselves. And then the third thing is when it comes to sort of privacy concerns, there is a difficulty in terms of getting stakeholders to the table. Often we don't have privacy groups and law enforcement agencies or people with law enforcement interests at the same table discussing these issues. And we see this kind of tension play out when it comes to the EDPS decision on restricting the data that they had access to, or the time period that they had access to it, that your law enforcement had access to. So you see the kind of tension play out where law enforcement perhaps want more data or have a requirement, or they think they have a need for something, and then the privacy concerns are often in disagreement with them. So the main point here would be that all stakeholders should have early inclusion and not just engagement at any level of when it comes to this e-identification process. So I just want to bring it back to e-identities. So it's quite important that all areas are covered, because with the complex kind of environment, there are a lot of practical challenges. And whilst organizations might have come up with their own practical solutions, often these things can be ironed out beforehand or in a much easier process. And with that, I'll give it to you, Regina.
Thank you very much, Georgia, for these very practical observations. I will just check if we have for these topics a question from the floor. We don't have, but before we will move more to the, let's say, more concrete, the problematic from the CCTLD registry's viewpoint, I would like to ask you both, based on your research and observations, so what would you say, like, what would be the proper take on governmental level, or you also already mentioned some multi-stakeholder structure, who should be the driver? And also, have you noticed during your research some concerns from the private sector about costs associated, or about who in the end, what the end users, what would be the impact for end users of all these data collection, cross-border, and sharing? So
I'm happy to go ahead, Marjorie. So I guess in terms of the end user, I mean, what's been so interesting in the consultation period, and specifically as well for me, coming from a kind of law enforcement background, is hearing the privacy concerns and hearing those and understanding them and the importance of them, but also hearing some of the law enforcement concerns. You know, ultimately, are you going to be caring that your data was given if you were the victim of a crime that needs to be solved? So there's a real difficulty there, and in terms of how you resolve that, it's a really difficult one. So it's really not easy. I mean, it's very difficult as well to outline everything in such a short period of time, because this is an incredibly complex issue. And you know, it goes across many different layers around the problems with legislation, as Marjorie mentioned, and areas of national security and law enforcement, and then, you know, areas in terms of privacy and what that means for the individual. I guess in terms of e-identities, and just to bring it back to kind of the main topic, I think one of the things that has come across in the consultation period has been, how do you authenticate a law enforcement agency who's requesting data to a small tech company, and how does that happen? And when it comes to e-identities, I think that's a big question. So I guess in terms of how that affects the user, it's something that would need to be kind of given a lot of thought, and how tech companies themselves, perhaps that comes with further engagement or liaison, or something like that. I know that Emily's got her hand up, but I'll go back to you, Regina, or perhaps Marjorie wants to add on to my points.
Yes. So please.
Emily, do you want to go first, and I'll follow suit?
Yeah.
No, I'm really happy to follow suit. I just was raising a general question in response to both of your presentations, so please do.
Okay. So on that question of, I think what was very interesting to me in the consultation that we have just concluded, is that there's actually potentially new form of coalition around this issue. And I think civil society expert, but also academia, highlighted that for once, big tech has actually an interesting role to protect the user privacy. And sort of interestingly, they highlighted that they saw the sort of big tech company interest more aligned than in other issues with regard to privacy protection. And what was relayed to us was really that I think there's a sense for private actor that the current situation is really untenable for them, in the sense that they caught between very strong requirement in terms of trust and privacy from their users, and sort of helping lawful, legitimate criminal investigation. And I think they really feel tension on both sides. And in that context, some highlighted there were quite good proxy in terms of users' interest, and sort of representing more generally users in that debate. I don't know whether this is an observation that would agree with, but I think what my point is that you potentially have new coalition in big tech in the space is definitely, I would say, in the favor of more privacy and protection.
Okay, thank you very much, Marjorie, for this comment. So Emily, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Regina, for giving me the floor, and also to EuroDIG for organising such a timely debate, which bringing together the sort of practical solutions as well as the the policy discussions. I had a question really about what you talked about, the sort of the differences between the privacy and law enforcement, even at the institutional level, and how that could be overcome. Is it a question of just more inclusion and convening and making sure that these agencies and stakeholders are talking to one another and understanding each other's issues? So just sort of how to overcome that sort of gap that seems to occur, whether at the practitioner level, as Georgia was talking about, or even at the institutional level. And I was really interested in what you were saying about the smaller platforms and whether there might be a role for some kind of a clearinghouse to enable a sort of an assessment to be made on behalf of those smaller platforms with lower resources, and then pass it on. Whether that could be done in a timely way, I'm not sure, but sort of sifting through and particularly identifying whether or not these are law enforcement agencies that could be cooperated with, say under the Budapest Convention or whatever. So I'd be really interested in the panel's thoughts on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Anyone wants to react?
So I think on the SMEs, and that was definitely, I think, from your highlights of the consultation, interestingly, and maybe it was news to me, but the Europol specifically has launched a project called Project Sirius that is basically exactly what you described, Emily, in the sense of trying to present the right information and help sort of the interaction between law enforcement authorities and private actors in sort of navigating the different system when it comes to cross-border data requests. I think I would say this is an absolutely incredible initiative and an effort from Europol. It is quite exclusive in nature, I would say, in the sense that it was news to us, but maybe that's a lack of knowledge. But actually, apart from an annual report that they release, this is the only information and type of interaction they have with non-governmental or private sector actors. So that one thing to say about sort of SMEs and trying to support the interaction there. Your point about national security, and again, we don't have the answers yet, but I think few elements that we should point out. The first one is that they are good practices when it comes to oversight and transparency related to national security agency operations. I think what was clear in our consultation is that Five Eyes partners actually have started reforms on that front for a while, and they're quite eager to share those best practices and lesson learned. In Europe, the situation is slightly different, when I think that there's potentially tension between different European entities. And again, that's not my opinion, that came through the consultation. So I want to be very clear that these are experts. Comment, not my personal ones, but that there are tension within the European Union in terms of integration and harmonization that is for some practitioners seen as overstepping its mandate and sort of really starting to be sort of trying to govern the space of national security, essentially. But that being said, I think there is a sense from practitioner at the European level that new processes, mechanisms for oversight and transparency could be achieved. However, I think it's clear that this negotiation and discussion would need to happen on their terms and with a recognition of the national security imperatives, and that check and balances applied, but there should be exceptions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marjorie. Thanks a lot. I am glad that you concluded with these comments with really practical aspects for SMEs, also the regulation, the question of overstepping the mandate, yes or not, which would nicely bring us to the second part of the panel with very practical solutions implemented by CCTLD registries. The earlier session within this same focus group brought some interesting overview by Paulina from Center, who I see also among the participants in our session now. She highlighted the NIS2 directive that TLD registrars are obliged to keep accurate data. Also, she mentioned EU ID wallets, which open new possibilities for verification of identities. So these are some practical implementations, and I would like to ask our two panelists from the CCTLD world to say their statement. So Jaromír, if I can ask you for your part.
Yeah, definitely. I hope I will not repeat everything what Paulina said in the previous session, because unfortunately I couldn't participate. But it's true that the registrant verification, it's a hot topic for many TLDs recently, and actually it is related to the upcoming NIS2 directive in the way that there is a potential that there'll be direct impact of the regulation for us as for CCTLDs or TLDs in general regarding to registrar verification. But I think that most registries recognize this topic for many years earlier, that recognize that there is a clear link between the having anonymous or non-verified registrants in the registry and the link with the cybercrime activities or DNS abuse. So that was the topic for registries for quite a long time, and there is a significant cross-border relation with regards to this topic, because the registration of domains is not in most countries bounded to all the nationals, but also for the foreigners have the access to the domain registrations. This has different scope. It may be not the same scope for us as for CZ, where we have like around like 100,000 domains registered for foreigners. On the other hand, I can imagine that for EuroDIG it's much bigger problem, this cross-border issue, and with regard to the ways how to verify the registrants nationally or internationally, there is a lot of the methods can be used, and I believe that Hans will go through all the methods that EuroDIG is using in the short while. So I will mostly focus on the digital identity as one of these, because Regina already mentioned that DNS abuse study published at the beginning of this year, I guess, it was January, February, something like that, which clearly suggests that that digital identity is a good opportunity for the registries and the registrars to be used for fulfill this registrar verification issue. And I must say that in .cz we have recognized that there is a link between the registration of domains and digital identity maybe 12 years ago, when we launched that identity service Regina mentioned at the beginning, where we thought that when we start to verify identities, we could also play a role of the identity provider for our citizens, because there was, at the time, 12 years ago, there was no digital identity in Czech Republic. But with regards to this cross-border focus, definitely the study mentioned that EIDAS as the regulation is the great tool that could or should be used for this topic. And in the center, we already 4 years ago in 2018, a couple of CCTRDs agreed to try to take advantage of EIDAS for this process of registrant verification. It was Netherlands, no, it was Denmark and Estonia at the time. So we applied for the funding because the European Commission was funded connection to the EIDAS for many years since the EIDAS was effect in 2018. So we applied, we not succeeded. We tried again in 2019 and we succeeded. So we created a project called RegID, where these registries and together with the .nl registry of Netherlands, we connected our infrastructure with the EIDAS. So we have quite a lot of experience how hard it is to take advantage of EIDAS. We may talk about it later. There are problems related to getting the access to EIDAS nodes, which is mostly limited to the public services and not the private sector. We have experience seeing that mostly the natural identities are only in the EIDAS, not the organizational identities. There's a lack of identification data going through the EIDAS network, so it's hard to match the identities in the service provider side and with those identifications. So this is not easy. We probably also hope that the EIDAS revision may change this. Some suggested paragraphs to the regulation shows that there should be bigger opening towards private sector in this revised regulation. So we are trying to follow this work on the revised EIDAS. Commission actually is working in parallel on the legal definition of the new regulation and the technical solution. At the moment, recently they also initiated a call for funding, for submissions for funding, for piloting the different solution. So we are also trying together with the SIDN from Netherlands to bring this topic of the registrant verification of the whole registration life cycle to the one of those pilots to be able to take advantage of this pilot to help with this topic as well. So this is just the overview of the topics that we can talk about in the next minutes, but maybe Hans will also say something about this as well.
Thank you very much, Jaromír. Thanks a lot for highlighting the cooperation, that also the pilot activities, because this implementation is in the end what will matter in the practical life, so that we are not lost just in the regulations. So I suggest that we go over to Hans, and then we can have a discussion on this topic.
Yeah. Thanks, Regina. I'm apparently the only one with some slides. So I'm just assuming everyone knows what a registry does, like .eu or like .cz. So we keep track of who owns which domain name within a certain top-level domain. So .cz for the Czech Republic, .eu for the European Union as a whole, and VeriSign, of course, does that for .com. So you have several of these, but they all have their own island. And we do that for .eu and the Greek and Cyrillic variant. Switch. So we started verifying identities. What is the underlying need of that? Well, there are three reasons. One of is the eligibility criteria. So if you want to .eu, you need to be a citizen, a resident, or your legal entity needs to be within the European Economic Area. If you're outside of that and you have no link to Europe, you cannot register at .eu. We also have a contractual requirement. We report to the European Commission, and we need to verify the validity of a domain name application prior and during the registration. So it's also in our contract. And of course, the the scary ghost that is all awaiting us, the NIS2 directive. In this directive, European directive, it says that TLD registries will need to have policies and procedures in place to ensure that the databases include accurate and complete information. Now, what is in our database? We don't store that much data. We store the name, the company name, if applicable, the address, the phone number, the email address, and then the technical information being the name servers. That's it. So it sounds rather easy to do that, you would say, until you look at the numbers. So .eu has 3.7 million domain names. There are 1.7 million unique phone numbers, 1.2 million unique registrants with a legal entity, 800,000 private individuals. And last year, because we didn't have any automated verification methods, we did over 6,000 manual verifications with a team of 3 people. So that's quite a daunting challenge, which led us to start what we call the Know Your Customer project internally. And this simply meant unburdening our team with doing all these manual verifications, because after all, they are not FBI forensic analysts. They're people from our legal team. And we thought that would be better and more efficient solutions. So we started experimenting. We looked for a year for different verification methods. EIDAS was always on our list, but at that point in time, we didn't have a connection to an EIDAS node yet, which is a conversation by itself to get through the bureaucracy of getting access. So we implemented a fairly simple system, whereas we send SMS, a text message to the mobile phone. In that text message is a web link. If the user clicks on that web link, there's an application that opens on his mobile phone that asks him to scan the front and back side of his identity document. And the only data it extracts is what's on the machine readable zone. So you see the characters, it's on any European passport and on most European identity documents, not all, fortunately. And then we supplemented that with verification via bank payment, whereas we send a small amount to European bank accounts of their choosing. We include a small code. If they go on our platform, they enter that code. We've established the link between the registrant and the bank account. Also, we experimented with Belgian electronic identity cards for a while. And this quarter, we will finally roll out EIDAS, which would give us access to all the different EIDAS schemes across the European Union. And also verification via a credit card, as we reserve a small amount on people's MasterCard and Visa card. And we let them sign that using the 3D secure method, which is pretty popular amongst European banks. So these are the current methods we have or will be rolling out soon. Now, it's important to say that there is no silver bullet at the moment to perform really good and trustworthy identity verification. So each of these methods by itself has advantages, but also disadvantages. And Jaromir spoke about EIDAS. So the nice thing about EIDAS is it's a direct source, right? There's no intermediary. You do verification, so you know that there's a link between the data you gather and the actual holder of these data. But as I'll go to in the second slide, it doesn't even cover the full European Economic Area. It does contain the name, but depending on the country, it will or will not include the address. As I said earlier, address is one of the things that the NIS2 would require us to verify. So if we don't get even an address from EIDAS, which is the European initiative, how would we verify all these European registrants? So I won't go into detail on each of these methods, but as you will see, there is no single one that has all the dots, all the T's crossed or the I's dotted, as we say. So at this point in time, you will still need a mix. So for us, it's still unclear how we would be able to verify the identity of all these European registrants. So here you see a map of the current EIDAS schemes within Europe. So the map looks pretty blue, but larger countries like Poland, for instance, and to a lesser degree Ireland and Finland, they don't have an electronic identity scheme that has been accredited yet. And even the ones that are in blue, even there we see issues because, as Jaromir can explain, depending on the type of identity scheme that you want to get accredited, you get a level of assurance linked to that. And it could be low, substantial, or high. We in EuroDIG are connecting to the Belgian eIDAS node, and only the European identity schemes that are accredited as high are accepted. So the smaller ones, like in the Nordics, for instance, they work with Bank ID, which is linked to the banks. Some of these identity schemes are labeled substantial, so they might very well work in the Nordics, but we don't get the data in. Another downside is also that the address is rarely included, which is to us also a really important part. And another downside is that some of these identity schemes, including the one in Belgium, they require you to read the chip, not NFC, but the chip of an identity card. And that requires the end user to have a card reader plus the middleware, and it's quite cumbersome. So what we see as the challenges for verifying data of registrants is, first of all, there's a difference between verification and validation. These terms are used interchangeably, but they're actually not. If I send a text message to a mobile phone number, that person replies, I know that the mobile phone number exists, I have validated it, but I don't really know whether it was the actual identity, the actual person who was having possession of that phone number. So I have not verified a person, I have validated the phone number. And there is a level of trustworthiness that we need to adhere to, I think. For registries like .eu, we should also see what is the verification cost versus the fees that we collect. Our registrars, our agents, if you will, they pay us on average €2 per domain name. When I can collect feedback from different verification providers, they came up with a ballpark figure between $10 and $20 per verification. So how would we be able to only charge €2, but on the other hand be confronted with an average cost of $10 to $20 if we want to really properly do it? Jaromir also pointed out that there's a big challenge in verifying companies, because if you have, for instance, a German company, companies are legal entities, not private individuals. They're not living beings. So still you need someone to act on behalf of that company. Now, it might be very easy for a small and medium enterprise, a startup, let's say, that has 2 or 3 people. You just ask one of the co-founders, who usually is a director, to go through the process. But if Coca-Cola wants to register one of their brands in .eu, I'm pretty sure the director and officers of Coca-Cola would not send in their front and back side of their identity card simply for the sake of registering .eu domain name. Another thing is that even if it's company information, like a VAT number, for instance, the German VAT numbers are shielded. You cannot, if you have a German VAT number within the European fees database, you can look up whether that VAT number exists, but it will not return any data on the company. So it's kind of a black hole, even for companies. And I blame GDPR for this. Another question mark is, once you have verified these data, do they ever expire? Identity documents expire, but bank accounts usually don't, or they don't have a fixed expiration date. So that's also something to take into account. Depending on the verification method that you use, how long will these data remain valid? And then specifically around domain names, proxy services are a common thing. If you want to shield your identity, you pay a couple of euros extra. And instead of your name being entered into the WHOIS database, it's the name of a proxy. And that's all we as a registry also see, these proxies. So should we prohibit these proxy services? Should we ask the proxy service to verify themselves? Big question mark. As I pointed out earlier, verifying addresses to me is the main challenge. And if we look at big tech, so you would imagine that Google has found a great solution on how to verify addresses. If you look up an address of a company nearby or a shop, in this case my favorite lunch room nearby my house, it mentions the address. So how does Google verify the address of a company? in 2022, they send you a postcard. And on that postcard is a code, and you enter that code on their portal. That is the state of the art in 2022. So even they had not found a better solution to verify and handle. Two last points, I think, two other challenges currently, and I see a couple of registrars present. I think they can confirm that there's currently no ecosystem or a standard across registries and registrars for identity verification. So a lot of TLDs are just doing their own thing, as is .eu at the moment. They have their own process. If you have to deal with the customer and he wants multiple domain names in multiple TLDs, I can imagine it's quite a hassle going through the process over and over and over again. And even once you do, if there's verified data and the bad guys know that these data exist, then it's not that hard to copy paste these data and start using them to register, well, not phony domain names, but to register domain names with data that you copied from someone else. So that's also a challenge we need to tackle. So unfortunately, the list of challenges is larger than I would say the list of targets that we achieved so far. But I think this session is a good first start to get more insights on how to take this one step further.
Thank you very much, Hans. Even though it had more questions than replies, it was a nice overview of practical solutions. And we have one question for you right away from the audience. Werner Staub asks if EuroDIG is considering voluntary verification services where the registry will then publish information as to where the domain's holder has been verified.
As to where he has been verified?
Whether the domain name holder has been verified.
Yeah. Currently, we don't publish this yet, but we do offer voluntary verification services. Any registrant can request that, and if he passes the verification, he will receive a statement of holdership from us. It's very popular apparently in the Netherlands, where domain names are sometimes put in escrow during a financial transaction. So you need to prove that you're actually the holder of a domain name. So we offer voluntary verification, but we do not publish the results currently.
Okay, thank you. And actually, it leads me to one question which I wanted to ask Jaromír. In your experience with the cooperation with other registries, have you considered something like this, like to have, because of course it's clear that they are very much or many issues and cost considerations. So maybe we should not aim at having all the databases verified, but some system of, let's say, verified domain names, and then some categorization of the methods, as Hans mentioned, some lead to validation, some to verification, and I presume that law enforcement or whoever will need it will have at least something, but it would be doable, like some kind of, I don't know, DNSSEC system for data verification. Have you ever discussed with the other registries?
Yeah, first maybe to respond to Werner's question, like for the CZ, we already have the flag in the WHOIS that if the contact goes through the verification, we put like the green mark in the WHOIS that so everybody can see that this contact is has been at some level verified. And to respond to your question, definitely there are those attempts to unify these approaches as a group of CCTLDs that was initially organized by the Belgium registry, have created an informal group where we try to discuss how these different methods can be unified, and to give also to the registrants the single view on the registries, and also the second question, whether we should somehow exchange the information about the verification. That's definitely also in the scope of this discussion. The couple of weeks ago, there was the big center event in Prague where almost all CCTLDs came, and this was also one of the topics that they discussed, how to make it possible to exchange the information if somebody have already verified some contact, how to transfer this information to the other registry. So there is no immediate response to these questions, but these questions are being discussed as well.
Okay, which seems to correspond to the concerns Georgia and Marjorie has raised before about the coalitions, possible coalitions, and some tools to enable even smaller companies to be involved in the exchange of data.
Oh. Yeah, and I think the issue that Marjorie mentioned in the beginning, saying, okay, even if the crime
Hans, can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Oh, my apologies. This kind of links to the issue that Marjorie raised earlier, I think, where she said that even if the crime is committed in one country, that sometimes the data is scattered across other countries, and you still need this point of reference. Where will you retrieve the, I would say, authoritative data? And from the domain name side, we're confronted with the exact same thing. The domain name could be registered in country A, using a registrar from country B, using identity details from country C, and in the end, what ends up in our database is all that we can give to law enforcement if they so request it.
Yeah, and if I can, one remark to also that to the topic that Georgia specifically mentioned, that was when I mentioned the center event, one of the topics that we specifically discussed was also the how to law enforcement can get the access to the registry data when there is some crime that they need to investigate, and we touch a little bit that and found out that it's really not easy to work this cross-border. Definitely, there are some established ways how the national law enforcement agencies can access the data, non-public data from the registry, for example, who owns the domain, but it easily doesn't work cross-border. Even it may work for the Europol, but it will probably not work for the country like when Slovakian police will ask directly the Czech registry. That the situation is really mixed, and there are no clear interfaces or established procedures how to do that cross-border.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So before I ask you the last question or ask for last reactions, I just wanted to quickly highlight the way which we went today from Marjorie, making us aware of the ongoing Chatham House study, very interesting one. I can imagine that once, Marjorie, you have some outcome, some text to be shared, the participants would be more than interested. So please share the link if you have something with us as well. She highlighted the questions of the territorial reality, then of course the connection of law enforcement and national security, with some hope for coalitions of big tech, which should bring into the game some, let's say, technical move forward. Then we heard, excuse me, too many notes I took. I took really a lot of notes, very interesting points raised from Georgia about the privacy concerns, and also on the example of Facebook, some systems which are being formed for law enforcement, also that they are concerned that small companies comply with all this. Then Jaromír, when we went over to practical implementation in the CCTLD world, when Jaromír mainly highlighted the cooperation and the necessity to run pilots to show what is practical, and Hans with his overview of the different methods which EuroDIG implemented for end users, but also with a statement that there is no method which would fit all. So probably this way towards cooperation and a variety of choices for the end users would be the next step, and also sharing experience, costs, and so on. So my since we are moving towards the end of our time, I would like to ask all the panelists if you can tell us in 30 seconds, 1 minute, what would be, if you can choose one step, what step would you take in the context of your organization and of your field to enable or to move forward the cross-border e-identification in Europe? So maybe if we can go the same, maybe order. Marjorie, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Regina. I think it's an impossible question to answer, but I'll try nonetheless. I think we covered that to some extent, and it is potentially not specific to this question of cross-border data, but across the field, I think of internet or technology governance is what we see is different factions that don't always talk with each other, and the culture around the process and operation are still very different than what are the sort of principle underpinning a global internet architecture and sort of transnational digital technologies and platform. And sort of, I think we see again and again the need to provide new platforms for cooperation and create mutual understanding. And that's what I wish for us to do as next steps, basically.
Thank you very much, Marjorie. Georgia, your next step.
Thank you. I would just add to Marjorie's point about, multi-stakeholder involvement and not just engagement at the earlier stage, so that so every side can kind of discuss the issues that they will practically have to solve, but also talking to smaller tech companies and facilitating an easier process for them, who will have to face, a lot of modern criminal problems, and they might perhaps not have the resources. So early engagement and liaison with the smaller companies.
Thank you very much, Georgia. Jaromír, can I ask you for your concluding next step?
We have, in CSNIG, we have been always big promoters of digital identity, and I think that we should continue with that, because the digital identity really needs some advocacy and explanation to the normal users that it's something that they should not be afraid immediately, that should explain the advantages, and definitely that they should be careful with that, but they should not be afraid of that. And so this is one part of our work we should focus on. The second part is that it's still work in progress, that digital identity, even on the European Union, that we should continue to improve it, to make it usable, to make it better. And there's really a lot of work that it's ahead of us yet before it starts to be at least European-wide useful.
Thank you very much, Jaromír. Hans, can I ask you for your concluding?
I concur with Jaromír as a closing remark. I heard, being from a TLD, I again heard different viewpoints from other industries, and again this enriches the whole discussion. And I mentioned a couple of issues, but I risk having tunnel vision. So I think before taking next steps, I think a first good step could be to make this inventory of potential issues and how they intertwine, to make this as broad as possible, and then see, okay, what kind of solution could tackle as many of these issues at once, because otherwise we risk having tunnel vision, and I'm a victim of that, certainly.
Okay, thank you very much for your concluding note as well, Hans. And we reached the end of our session. I don't see also anybody at the mic in the room. So if our EuroDIG organizers agree, we will conclude our session. And I presume there will be, after some break, further program ongoing. So
yeah, definitely. Let's end the session now. There will be a 45 minutes break in this room, and then we will resume again at 4:30 with the next session on delay tolerant networks building interplanetary internet. So I hope to see you all back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EuroDIG, and thank you very much to our panelists for your contributions today. And let's continue following up on this topic. It will be with us for sure for many more years. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Felix. Can somebody hear me?
Hi, Felix. It's Kaneko. Can you hear?
Yes. Yes, I hear Kaneko.
Hi.
Nice
Hey.
to meet you again.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, good. Doing good.
Once the session starts, we will stop sharing the screen and then we can see the screen.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Konika, we're just adjusting stuff here, so. Yeah. What?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie Hochebal, and I'm the host here in the FabLab live in Trieste. Before we start with the session on delayed tolerant networks, I would like my co-host who's sitting next to me introduce herself and explain the session rules for today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carlotta, and I would like to go through some basic rules so we make sure that the other format goes well. Please, everyone online, if you could please mute yourself throughout the session and make sure that you have your full name on display, your first and last name. That would be very helpful. And for everyone on site, if you wish to ask any questions, you can just raise your hand. For the ones attending online, please use the Zoom reaction to raise your hand, and we'll make sure to let the moderator know there are people in the Zoom that wish to participate, and then you can unmute yourself and take the floor. Thank you very much. Please, I'll let the moderator start the session.
Thank you. My name is Roberto Gaetano. I will be the moderator for this session. And let me start by introducing Samo Gracic, who is a researcher at the University of Luleå and is the focal point or the coordinator for this session and has coordinated the preparation of this session. Samo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roberto. I would also like to thank everyone for participating today, especially key speakers today that were willing to take and make a presentation. We talk with Roberto. As we have quite a mixed audience today, maybe a good thing to start with would be actually to just have a very simple explanation of what delayed Tor networks are and where's the origin, very shortly for people that are actually not familiar. And later on, I think the key speakers will explain more in details. So the delayed Tor network actually derives from the attempt to standardize and as well deploy internet into the space. And during that process, and I think that started in 1970s with a Manet, and then later on was actually taken on by Windsurf and GPLab, if I remember right. And the idea is to standardize the protocols that are used in space in a similar way as internet was done on Earth. But the problem when you actually deploy network in space is that you have really long propagation delays. When you send a signal, it can take from a couple of seconds to days or even months for the signals to reach. Which means that you don't have end-to-end connectivity, and for that reason, the standard TCP/IP protocols used in today's internet don't work. So the bundle, the DTN architecture kind of encompasses various protocols and standards, and the key one is actually bundle protocol, which can actually then use different so-called convergence layers. So it's kind of basically adapters from bottom up that you can connect over the TCP/IP radio links or different technologies. And through this, you can actually communicate among the different nodes in this network. And despite the fact that this technology was developed for the space, it was, especially around 2000, was actually turned out that these protocols have actually quite a big application for the terrestrial use. So I've personally been involved in a couple of projects where we try to deploy DTN to be used for communication, for instance, in rural areas where you have bad connectivity, and actually carry the data with different, in a different kind of ways, with helicopters as data mules or in some other ways. Just shortly about the DTN. So if you have more questions, please don't hesitate to ask. So I'm returning the floor to you.
Thank you, Samo. Just a couple of words on how we will be operating. There will be 3 presentations of more or less 10 minutes each, and then we go to questions and answers, and depending on how many questions we have, we'll have maybe a second round for the 3 presenters for final comment. So let me start with introducing the first presenter, that is Yosuke Kaneko, from the Japanese space, a member of the Japanese Space Agency and chairperson of the Interplanetary Network Special Interest Group, who will be presenting an overview of the activity of IPN-SIG, that is the Interplanetary Network Special Interest Group. So, Kaneko-san, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. Oh, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and I am just going to share my screen. Is it showing properly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, very good. So thank you again for the kind introduction. I'm Yosuke Kaneko, and it's my great honor today to present you on some of the IPN-SIG activity overview. So for the next 10 minutes or so, I will be touching on some of the highlights here at the IPN-SIG since our last EuroDIG held last year. So truly, it was an exciting moment for us, especially in the year 2021 and also in 2022, where we have launched new working groups and also a new program, which we call the IPN-SIG Academy. And there are several more updates to talk about, so let's jump right into it. So at the IPN-SIG, our goal is really to expand networking to interplanetary space for the benefit of humanity. And along these lines, the IPN-SIG is working toward to create a common vision of IPN with the various stakeholders, and to offer a narrative and roadmap to enable the development and evolution of the IPN, and of course to promote the use of the DTN technology. And the IPN-SIG logo that you see here on the background really represents our goals and endeavors toward the realization of an interplanetary network. And I must tell you that Juan, who's participating today, designed this logo for us, and Juan has done a tremendous job by representing our vision in this beautiful logo, and we actually love it and literally use this everywhere. So our aspiration is really to realize a solar system internet, which could be something plausible in the 2100s. This is a notional picture that was crafted a little while ago, but it gives you a kind of a sense of what a solar system internet or SSI would look like. The red hexagon look lines in the middle of the picture is an illustration of a network backbone of the SSI, relaying data across our solar system and serving for human and robotic missions, and for also deep space science missions as well. Although this is not the solar system internet that we might be building, but what IPN-SIG envisions is a kind of a common network backbone, serving for all humanity as an infrastructure supporting the various activities. And when we put our eyes around the globe today, what we're really seeing here is that many private companies and nations are providing significant efforts in space communications. More industry, more nations are emerging and are bringing in their architecture concepts into space. So there's a significant amount of thrust that's really, pushing this horizon of space communications today. And this is truly amazing, and I truly believe that. And what we would like to see in the next decades or so is a network backbone in the Earth and lunar and Mars domain. And as you can see, the human sphere may expand to the moon and onto Mars. And we would really like to see the network backbone supporting the various activities as a common infrastructure. And to do that, it's important that we work together toward a coherent network architecture, because we might think that the backbone could be comprised by many smaller networks provided by various entities, and a healthy governance model to support the operation of the architecture would also be necessary. So along these lines, the IPN-SIG has set up a new working group called the Architecture and Governance to look at the existing concepts that we have today and to assess what the ideal governance model might look like for the SSI. This is a one-pager of the groups we have at our organization. And the Architecture and Governance Working Group, which is called the AWG, is listed on the bottom left corner. Felix, who's participating today, is also on the AWG, and we're already having many discussions today. And as you can see, there are several other working groups working in different areas. The SWG is focusing on strategy and roadmap development, and PWG on pilot projects using DTN. And we've also started a TWG, which maintains a documentation library on our website where you can have access to many DTN and IPN related articles and papers. So the IPN-SIG has really broadened the scope of our activities by not just focusing on maturing the DTN or the bundle protocols itself, but we're really trying to help promote the development and evolution of the IPN. There are many projects underway at the IPN-SIG, but one of the projects that the IPWG has started just recently is somewhat called the global DTN test, where we have distributed DTN nodes across the globe, sending bundles to each other. So far, we have set up nodes from the United States, Mexico, and Argentina, and Germany, and also where I sit here today in Tokyo, and a lot more to come. And if you would like to join the test and be a part of the test, please come and visit us on our website at the bottom of the page, and you can find more information about this. And this year, we have launched a new program called the IPN-SIG Academy, as we have a long way to go to realize the 100 years vision. Our generations alone could not achieve such goal of creating an interplanetary network. This effort needs to be continued and conveyed to our next and to our next generations, since those future generations would eventually become the real engines of making this real. And that's exactly why we set up this academy. It's intended to become the venue to nurture the knowledge and expertise to pave our way forward in realizing the IPN. And as there are many multiple facets that needs to be considered in order to achieve this IPN, it's really not just about technology, but we might also want to put our eyes on policies and also on governance issues. So we started by inviting the most prestigious speakers around the globe to provide a series of talks covering the multifacets around IPN. And at the very last session, we'll be setting up a workshop where we will be having some interactive discussions on architecture and governance with the Academy participants. The first and second keynote are already completed, but you can visit our website and check our recorded video, and the materials are also available there. Our next speaker at the Academy would be Oscar Garcia on the third line, and he will be on stage on July 13th. So make sure you sign up for all these events. And of course, if you would like to become a member of the IPN-SIG, please drop us a note to membership@ipnsig.org, and our secretariat will be happy to address you. And that brings us to our final page. And lastly, the IPN-SIG is really honored to announce that we became the first space chapter at the Internet Society. We've been authorized by the name of the Interplanetary Chapter, which has become a huge milestone for us. So I must also add that the IPN-SIG has also become a formal US nonprofit organization this year. So it's literally a start of a new chapter for us toward our exciting future. So please keep following us, and thank you so much for your attention today. So back to you, Roberto.
Thank you for this excellent overview of the activities of the IPN-SIG. I would like now to move to the second speaker, that is Felix Flenke. Sorry if I mispronounce your name, and from the European Space Agency, that will present towards the implementation of disruption-tolerant networking at the European Space Agency. So, Felix, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roberto. I hope you can see my screen. Can you confirm?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So I like a very brief overview of the various activities we are doing in terms of disruption-tolerant networking today, but also, let's say, my personal view about how we could introduce delay-tolerant networking, not only at the European Space Agency, but also in an interagency context where we cooperate with other space agencies like JAXA, like NASA, and others. And then I will also raise some, let's say, bigger questions, which we will have to solve along the way together to realize Kaniko's and also my 100-year vision in terms of the solar system internet. So we as a European Space Agency, so we have currently 22 member states who all have a say in what we do. Activities. We are somehow a bit smaller than NASA, but still have a, let's say, considerable budget of about 6.6 billion per year. And we are active in almost all of the domains related to space missions. So just to give you a very brief overview of the different types of missions. So basically we have missions to all the destinations within the solar system. Of course, we have also missions around Earth, various orbits. We have missions around the Sun. And if you see this overview here, it's clear these missions are quite diverse. We have some missions with very large delays in communication, some with very small delays. We have missions which use relayed communication. We have missions with very high data rates, and we have missions with very low data rates. And one solution to deal with these differences and also to make the next step in communications for us is disruption-tolerant networking, to go away from the current paradigm. We do relaying in a very, let's say, crude way by encapsulating data structures from one link for the next hop. So we see a lot of benefits in going towards this technology. Having said this, up to now, we don't have any ESA missions which is applying ETN. We don't even have a candidate mission. If you know spaceflight, you might know that space missions, at least institutional ones, they are typically very, very conservative. It takes a long time to prepare for the missions. Some of the missions have quite high costs. So for us, it's always difficult to infuse new technologies into that. So what we typically do, we do preparatory activities, and also typically, because it's much easier, we start doing ground implementation. So we currently have implementations of the main protocol elements. We did in the past already demonstration activities where we simulated with the ISS, basically an astronaut operating a robot on the Mars surface with haptic feedback over DTN. We are setting up experiments, and also Juan might talk about this with our OPSAT CubeSat, which is a CubeSat for operational experiments. And together with our NASA colleagues and also Juan, we are planning to have a NASA lunar ice cube demonstration while the spacecraft is traveling towards the moon. We will receive bundles at our global ground station. We are also quite active in study activities. One focus of our current activities is high data rate, which means for us the order of 10 gigabits per second, which is quite high for space missions. We are looking into security. We hope to start looking more into onboard implementations soon. We are having work on bundled protocol extensions. We are looking into scalability. And finally, we are also currently very active in international bodies in terms of standardization. We have the CCSDS, which is kind of standardization and organization between the space agencies, which is quite important for us, but also in IETF. Advisory groups between the space agencies. We are involved with NASA and the LunarNet initiative. We have internal working groups. We have working groups with European industry. Of course, we try to contribute as much as we can to the IPNC activities. Looking into the application scenarios we see for DTN, I identified 4 here. There might be others. One important thing, and I will talk a little bit more about this, is lunar communication and navigation services, Mars internetworking, optical communication, but also for Earth observation missions. So one activity I'm very excited about in terms of disruption-tolerant networking is the ESA Moonlight initiative. The idea here is to place a communication infrastructure around Moon, which enables real-time, but also delayed communication services and navigation service on the lunar surface and in lunar orbit. The idea is to have this provided by commercial companies, but ESA is helping to setting up the concepts and helping with the implementation of this. We have a kind of precursor mission to be launched in 2 or 3 years, in Lunar Pathfinder, and currently we have ongoing study activities which develop the concept for this lunar communication and navigation services. We have DTN set as one of the technologies to be used for interoperability. Of course, we are also looking at similar activities from NASA, other space agencies. We want to be able, they want to be able to interoperate with other space agencies, which, by the way, is something we do almost daily currently at Mars, for example, but also for other missions where we use ground stations from other space agencies, or we provide ground station support. We use relay satellites or spacecrafts around Mars for relaying data from the Mars surface. I will not talk too much about the Mars missions, just to say that, of course, for Mars we have similar plans, so it's a little bit more in the future, maybe. Currently, we already have relays, but the way all the sets we do the relaying is currently it started as kind of now it's a really day-to-day business kind of, but it's still a quite complex planning process as it has some inefficiencies in the communication itself. So looking at what we have today and how far we are actually ready to make the steps towards CTN, I try to distinguish here 3 different levels. I think what is concerning essential interoperability, really transferring data, we are basically there today. So we have standards on the physical layer, we have standards for the link layers, we have the bundle protocol for network layer interoperability, time synchronization. Maybe we have to be a little bit more, do a little bit more, but still it's something which is basically already there. So we could start operating VPN-based missions basically tomorrow. The second point is what I call network level interoperability. So now if we are talking about Moonlight, NASA, LunarNet, other initiatives, we want to be able to interoperate on network level. I would expect that this would be initially based on mutual agreements. So we would have an agreement with NASA to provide certain services to NASA. We would have to agree on, for example, security policies. We have to agree how do we do the addressing. We have to agree how to exchange planning and scheduling information. There already exist stations, for example, so this probably could be extended for similar purposes. We have current practices of exchanging similar information, but it would not be kind of automatic like you would expect really from a network. It would be made more an exchange of information between the operational entities like we have today in cross-support scenarios. But of course, we would hope as these networks grow and we have to scale up manually or doing this between operational entities is not enough. I think this would be then the next step where we go really to network level interoperability, where we exchange network management information directly between nodes. This for me seems to be still a very far way to go. So here, this is, let's say, for this later phase, some of the questions and some of the topics which we have to discuss and which we will have to agree on. One important one is, of course, management of resources. We have to assign, for example, IP and node numbers if we are using that naming scheme, similar to assignment of IP addresses today. There might be a need for service IDs, similar to TCP UDP ports. We have to distribute routing forwarding information in a secure way. We have to distribute it. We have to remember they have delayed communication. We have constantly changing topologies of our networks. So this is quite a difficult problem. Of course, looking into more the commercial road, we have to have rules and regulation about routing, storage, billing, monitoring, SLAs, etc., etc. Security itself is, of course, a big topic, and we start considering security right from the beginning. We have the protocols which allow us to do this in a secure way. What's currently more difficult, I think, is to put security into practice. Yeah? Remember that we have 22 member states, so if all the security agencies of these member states get involved, it can get quite difficult. Then we want to incorporate with NASA, with the US. So it's quite currently, we did some experiments setting up networks. Yeah, but it's really more difficult than the protocols itself, setting up the security procedures and having secure connectivity in the first place. So as you see, a lot of questions I would hope to get some input on, to get some ideas about. And these are the questions I hope to be working with Kaneko and others in the years to come. So maybe just to summarize a bit, yeah, so we have really various ETN application scenarios. Some involve networks, some more mission-specific use of DTN, where we would maybe just apply to an Earth observation mission family, or even a single satellite itself, because we still see some advantages in these scenarios. There might be technology-specific use. We are currently doing a lot of work in terms of optical direct-to-Earth communication, which is, let's say, less certain than the current RF communication. So we see benefits of the protocol there. We are looking very deeply now. I start look into this very deeply about multi-agency use in the lunar context. But for all these deployments, we see first a limited governance needs. Yeah? So either it's something which is operated by ESA on its own, or it would be based initially on the mutual agreement. Still, what is important, we have to see the road ahead. Yeah? So if we want to scale up, we should be sure that what we are currently doing now will scale up to larger, more open, more flexible, more inclusive networks in the future. So there's a question about how to start governance now, how should we start, what are the bodies to do that, but how can this evolve within the next 5, 10, 50, 20, 30 years. Another thing which is also quite important now, we are basically forced by our missions, we have to provide the standards now. Everything has been decided, it has to be decided, all things have to be stable. At the same time, we need to maintain a lot of openness. We need to maintain a lot of flexibility that we can build future innovation, future improvements within the architecture of our networks. I think that's all for me for now. I think we continue with the next presentation and then we take questions.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation, and in fact we are going to move to the third presentation. The third speaker is Juan Andres Freire, who is an academic researcher and will present UD3TN, which I honestly confess I have no clue what that is. And motivations, architecture, and experiments. And I'm sure that Juan Andres will explain me what is UD3TN. Thank you, Juan Andres, you have the floor.
Thank you for the introduction, and of course, I hope I can clarify what this is, and I hope this can be welcomed by the participants. So give me 1 second, I will share my screen here. All right, so sharing. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So thank you for the introduction. Yes, so I will try to clarify today what micro D3TN is and why I think is relevant for the conversations we're having today after Yosuke Kaneko and Felix Lenge talk. So I'm going to skip the introduction slide and quickly present ourselves. So Micro D3TN is a product from D3TN. D3TN is a small company located in Dresden, Germany, and also with a subsidiary in Miami in the US. And we are specialized in networking in challenger environments. So challenger environments are environments where we have problems of very high error rate. We have problems of very high latency between nodes in the network. We have problems of disruptions on the connections and highly dynamic environments where links between nodes in a network basically appears and disappears, probably in a predictable fashion or maybe not. This is our focus of study. And of course, space networking is one of these cases. So we basically specialize in delay tolerant networking protocols and applications running on top of these protocols. So we, at the company, we basically have a bunch of software elements that we provide as solutions. So of course, we have a bunch of tools for simulating and emulating and modeling delay tolerant networks so that we can understand what is an expectable performance in a given scenario, so that we can understand and provide some useful operative process to coordinate and to operate and to manage this type of networks. We also host our own bundle protocol implementation. So bundle protocol is the standardized protocol for delay tolerant networking, and the implementation is called Micro D3TN. So this is where this weird word actually comes from. And the little micro on front of the name has to do with the fact that this is a very lightweight DTM protocol stack that we are offering. I'm going to cover this in a little bit more detail in a few seconds. Also, thanks to the knowledge that we have based on the tools and based on the protocol stack that we have developed, we are also, this is more like a recent trend in the company, where we are also developing applications that are trying to use the delay tolerant networking stacks so that we can create useful applications for different purposes. At the moment, we are offering what is a distributed database tool that synchronizes databases in a delay tolerant networking environment, which is quite a challenge because you have high delay, high latency, and therefore having timely synchronizing message between different nodes can be quite challenging. But we have an idea of how to tackle this problem, and we believe that a bunch of applications can be created on top of this in the future. So this is something that we are also offering at the moment. For those that have some knowledge on databases, will understand that Mongoose is one of the popular databases around. So we have kind of wrapped around this database and offering this in a delay tolerant flavor using DTM protocols. So I'm going to present today very briefly a bunch of projects where we are trying to push forward the development of DTN. I'm going to touch about Colsan projects and OPSAT project, which were pushed forward in cooperation with ESA, the European Space Agency, some project funded by the German government, and also so the Lunar Ice Cube project in cooperation with ESA and NASA as well. The core idea of D3TN actually is that we want to construct the interplanetary internet, but we want to build on top of concrete terrestrial and use cases and business cases. So we believe that we fully support IPNC vision of the interplanetary internet, but we are trying to answer the question of how can we get there? And the way and the proposal from D3TN is that to get there, we need to detect and provide solutions to concrete use cases on terrestrial environments or on near Earth environment at least, that can help us to develop the technology that can then in the future connect the solar system internet in the following years. So this is our vision at D3TN. And this vision materializes into Micro D3TN, as I mentioned before, our DTN protocol stack. So Micro D3TN is an open source stack, so you can access this in our GitLab repositories. Of course, you can also have some documentations around there to facilitate utilization of the tool. And as I mentioned before, the micro adjectives come from the fact that this is a very lightweight protocol stack. So you will see that DTN also have other protocol stacks like ION, the Interplanetary Overlay Network from NASA, and also from also some other implementations from ESA. But what we found at D3TN is that these implementations are so feature full that sometimes it becomes quite challenging to not only to maintain and to develop, but also eventually to run in constrained processing environments. So this is why the micro D3TN comes to play the role of the DTN protocol implementation that can potentially, for instance, open the way to think on Internet of Things, DTN solutions, where you run bundle protocol solutions in very, very small devices, even microcontrollers, as we mentioned here. Interestingly, micro D3TN was the first DTN protocol implementation to flight test bundle protocol version 7, which is the latest standardization documentation for the bundle protocol. I'm going to talk in a few seconds about this experiment. And this is just basically an overview of the micro D3TN architecture. We have, this is kind of a common features for every DTN implementation. We have conversion layers as the southbound interface, where you will connect different protocols of the specific networking environment that you are connecting. So if you're using internet, then you will plug just basically TCP over here. If you're using some weird IoT protocols, you can, for instance, plug underneath some LoRaWAN or LoRa-based modulations, for instance, underneath. And then on the top, we have a very flexible application agent protocol, or AAP, where we can connect to the DTN instance by means of very convenient socket interfaces. So for those that are a little familiar with networking, you can very easily develop your application on top of micro D3TN, just connect a socket to it, and the application will take care of transforming your data flow into a delay-tolerant data transfer. So this is a quick highlight of how the micro D3TN works. And now I'm going to briefly touch on some projects where we have implemented, and of course these projects helped us to get some insight of how the protocol stack works, and of course develop it further and include new features. One of the first projects that we actually used to test and evaluate micro D3TN was Colson. Colson was a project that was funded by ESA. It was a business application project. In this case, what we developed was a buoy that was floating on a lake or an ocean or whatever, and that buoy implements micro D3TN in a very small computer on board. And then a network of underwater sensor nodes was deployed underwater, and using acoustic modems, these networks were able to connect to each other, also using DTN as a protocol. What happened in underwater network is interestingly quite similar to the challenges that arises in interplanetary networking because of the latency of the propagation of mechanical signals underwater is also significantly slower than what we're used to see on traditional wired or wireless environments where electromagnetic signals actually travel close to the speed of light. So we have similar problems that interplanetary networking, and actually we basically use underwater systems to study how these protocols actually worked in such environments. On top of that, in Colson project, we also relayed data via a ground to satellite link. We use a commercial service available with satellite networks to also send the bundles, which are the data units from the bundle protocol, to just a standard commercial satellite communications provider, and follow, basically forward and also return the data to and from our ground segment network, where of course we were also hosting another micro D3TN instance there, and we were basically collecting and commanding the underwater sensor nodes by means of this buoy implementing DTN. So this is one of the very concrete use cases that we found for DTN here on ground itself, that is helping us also to develop the protocols that can in the future connect the solar system internet. As I mentioned, this was the first bundle protocol 7 implementation that basically sent bundles to and from space satellites. These are just some pictures of the very nice experience that we have while just dropping the sensor underwater, just connecting them by means of mechanical waves on the water. We also have some cables just to, of course, to keep track of telemetry and so on. So this happened on a lake in Dresden in Germany in 2019. On 2020, we, thanks to collaboration with ESA, we were able also to run some experiments on the OPS-SAT, which is a nanosatellite of this aspect flying in low Earth orbit. And we were able to deploy micro D3TN, now this time on the satellite itself. So we are actually, in this case, in this experiment, we were also participating in the space segment quite actively. And in this case, what we tested is the ring road network concept. So ring road networks, or RRN by the acronym, is the main motivation use case for D3TN, where the concept is quite simple. So it's to use low orbit satellites to act as data mule and collect data from remote and isolated networks, collect and deliver data to and from remote and isolated networks, but in a delay tolerant fashion. So namely, we are kind of in the opposite direction of what are known today as mega constellations, that you have a continuous connectivity end to end. But instead, we think that maybe just a reduced number of satellite fleets can just carry data back and forth in a delay tolerant fashion, just getting data into the memory for a prolonged time period, and then delivering that data back and forth can already enable quite a bunch of applications in a cost-efficient manner, but also in a sustainable manner, right? So without all these problems that we are seeing already with all these mega constellation flying nowadays. So back to the experiment, we were able to test our access to a web server, to a remote web server, from what is called a cold spot. So namely, this is a node that is completely isolated with no access to internet whatsoever, but only to the passing by low Earth orbit satellite hosting the DTM protocol. And the satellite in turn takes care of carrying that data and delivering that data to what is called a hotspot, which is a node which is actually connected to the internet. And that node, on behalf of the cold spot, actually was able to access the web server. So by means of the experiment, we demonstrated in a real LEO satellite that data could flow efficiently using micro D3TN and of course bundle protocol and therefore DTN architecture in the end to carry web server data to and from isolated areas of the planet. A second experiment, what happened in May 2021, evolved this a little bit further, and instead of just accessing a simple web server, we just deployed what is a Google Cloud application where a machine learning instance was able to classify an image that was uploaded again by this cold spot over here to the satellite. The satellite forwarded this data to the machine learning instance on the cloud. We were able to infer and to detect what that image was. We're talking about animals, dogs, and whatsoever. And then the classification was in turn returned to the cold spot operating in a remote area. So you can imagine that plenty of use cases can actually be achieved by this, right? So if you are, for instance, just a robot taking pictures in the North Pole, for instance, and so on, you can already, by means of DTN, provide machine learning solutions to classify what the robot is looking at, still in a delay tolerant manner, but also in a very cost efficient manner, because a CubeSat like this is far more cheaper than any type of satellite constellation that you can imagine nowadays. So again, this was a second experiment that we executed in cooperation with ESA as well. And what we're working at the moment is in a little bit more ambitious experiment where we still want to use the OPS-SAT again, but to control a drone that is of course connected via DTN. The concept of remote controlling something in a delay tolerant fashion can break some structures, of course, because controlling, you have always a loop where you care a lot about the delay. So you need to think a little bit about how this control actually happens, and this is what we're doing now. Of course, you can imagine that our use case for this is controlling a drone in a remote planet, right? So the challenges are the same. We all seen NASA helicopters in Mars, that this is something that can be achieved. And we are trying to replicate such an experience here on ground, of course, on terrestrial cases, but using the lateral networking as well over high latency path to control a drone, and which of course can still have quite interesting use cases, controlling drones via nanosatellites, which drones can be, of course, be operating in remote areas with sporadic access and to connectivity, in this case of a CubeSat, like the one we're seeing here. I just leaving just a reference over here of a recent magazine paper that was published describing all this experiment in detail. So I refer you to the paper titled Ring Road Networks Access for Anyone for further details. And to conclude my presentation also, as Felix mentioned before, it's not only a matter of pushing forward the technology itself, but also the features of interoperability that DTN can bring to different agencies. And together with ESA and NASA, we collaborate on the Lunar Ice Cube mission that Felix also mentioned before, which is a nanosatellite that will be launched on moon orbit, hopefully soon via the SLS launcher. And this satellite is basically will be forwarding bundle packets from the lunar orbit to ground, and we are testing what could be quite a complicated ground architecture where ESA, NASA, and in this case D3TN actually participates on the data flow here. And thanks to the DTN standardization of the bundle protocol format and process, we are able to connect all these different actors in a really transparent way. And also on top of that, we are able to make this data available to possible data scientists, for instance, also in a very transparent way, and also facilitating what could be the operations of very complicated, otherwise very complicated ground station ground segment configurations for future missions. So this was in a nutshell what we're doing, our vision, what we're trying to push forward. So as I mentioned before, the vision is, we have the vision that the ring road networks concept can, of course, make it to Mars and make it to other planets as well. So again, to close my talk, our vision is to detect concrete use cases here on ground to develop the technology that will in the future be connecting the solar system internets. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take questions afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I realized at least one thing, that the first character was not a lowercase u, but was a micro sign. That's already good progress for me. Yeah, let's start with the questions. There's one implicit question that is whether the presentations are available. Normally at EuroDIG, the presentations are available for downloading, but that needs the agreement, obviously, of the authors. So this will be sorted administratively, I think. Any questions from the floor, from here or from the... Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Arvin from the Foundation. It's really mesmerizing, great presentations. I just wanted to kind of ask if we envisage this as a future internet in 100+ years plans, etc. And we see that also the private companies are pushing this boundary to the space. Are there all of these standards and everything else? Is it built on an open source? Is it proprietary? Or what does it envisage for the future? Thank you.
Who wants to answer this question?
I can briefly take the answer on my side from what I say from D3TN point of view. As I mentioned before, our micro D3TN, which is the DTN protocol stack we're offering, is open source. So the reason for that is that we don't have huge business cases at the moment that merits the proprietary development of software nowadays. So namely, if we make it proprietary, what we'll be doing in the end will be just closing the development at all, right? So this is going to be quite challenging. So we are, on the contrary, like betting that open sourcing the code will help a lot of students, which is actually what we're experiencing so far, to play with the software stack, to make some enhancement, to study it, to develop it further. And of course, this will possibly boost the development of DTN in the future, from our perspective at least. And then the challenge from the business model perspective is that, well, how does the money make company? Because the company makes money because this is what the company is thought for. And the way of approaching that part is providing like high quality services of support or the custom development efforts. And because in the end, what happens, so for instance, we're looking at the underwater industry at the moment, which is, quite big because of offshore wind parks and so on. And for those companies, actually, they don't really want to get the open source code and just compiling themselves and running their own nodes. They really want someone to know how the code works, how they operate the real network. And I think that's where the company value might come from. This is what we are trying to do at the moment. I'm not saying we are greatly successful on that end, but this is what we're aiming to. and then put our, let's say, the revenue stream will actually come from supporting this company to connect their system using delay-tolerant networking.
Thank you.
Maybe I can add a bit from the standardization perspective.
Yeah.
The way it currently works, we have bundle protocol and bundle protocol security extensions, and also TCP convergence layer for bundle protocol standardized in IETF. There's a DTN working group. For the space group, we have this group called CCSDS, Consultative Committee for, I don't know, space missions, something like that, which adopts the bundle protocol and IPsec specifications, but also has basically complete standards for the full communication stack for space communication. And also these standards are all publicly available. We have seen in some cases that for newer things, optical communication, sometimes companies implement proprietary solutions for certain aspects and certain protocols. And this is something we also typically take up to try to come up with an open standard for the specific problems of communication. So everything which we have shown today, I would say, is available under an open standard. I mean, maybe for the 100-year vision, it's more to Kaneko to answer that one.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. You know, basically, first and foremost, we must have a global standard. That's actually the very first step in realizing a common infrastructure. And if you look at the internet, it became so successful because we had a single source of doing things, right? Like the TCP/IP and BGP, and we must learn from that, and we must follow the same path in the SSI regime as well. So IP and SIG is a big supporter on global standards.
Thank you for. I have personally a question that is triggered by these last considerations and the comparison with the normal internet. I see both in the presentation of Kaneko-san and Felix, you mention directly or indirectly internet governance issues, explicitly in the IP and SIG, but also in the ESA presentation. There's this need to come to international agreements in order to do further development. So the question is this one, considering also that this conference is about internet governance. In the traditional internet, we had first the development, and then we figured out later on that we needed a governance structure that came a bit late. That was when the internet became commercially important, and so there were a lot of conflicting interests. What are the issues that you see for the interplanetary network, or generally speaking for the delay-tolerant networks that need an internet, that need a governance model, that need to have this sort of agreement? And are we, secondary question is, are we going to this path? So are we proactively thinking about governance models so that we don't close the door of the barn when the cows are gone?
Let me start by breaking the floor here. That's exactly why we're discussing about governance and architecture, because things are starting to emerge already. We're seeing a lot of concept emerging in space communications, and before we go to a state where it's not backward compatible, we must think over what the healthy governance might be, because as you said, internet started by development, and then we start talking about governance. But we learned from that, and when we talk about SSI, we want to think about by understanding the lessons learned from the internet and how we can make advancements to the SSI regime. So that's the fundamental thinking of why we're tackling this governance issue. And a couple of things that we have observed at our working group already. I hope I can give you a comprehensive answer, but we're still having a lot of discussions on governance. But I think one of the things that we've been discussing is that we should employ a decentralized approach, which is a kind of a distributing the control as much as possible, because that was how the internet became so successful. And the second point is that we want to keep what we want to govern at a minimum level. We don't want to govern everything. We just want to keep what is required. And I think that is the key to success. For minimum governance is another key aspect. And the third piece would be the multi-stakeholder approach that we employ in the internet regime. And I think that works very well. And so I think we should take well consideration into the SSI regime as well. So I think for me right now, I can point out 3 of those points that we can reflect upon ourselves when we talk about governance in the SSI. Over.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to talk about this governance aspect? If not,
I can maybe add a bit on that. Yeah, I think it's very important what Kaniko said, and we have to really think ahead. Yeah, we have to think, what do we need in, I don't know, 10 years, 20 years, and so on. At the same time, we have to consider that there are already certain governance aspects in place. So we have ITU for frequencies and so on. So this there we have standardization bodies. We have processes in the standardization bodies. We have IOEG. We have number registries. We have interagency groups. Yeah. We have to see how we can open up this. This is, I think, maybe one of the questions. How do we make use of the resources we have already? How can we involve more things? Especially now with a push towards commercialization of space missions. I think this is a very important step that we really try currently to find out how to really open up and how to engage more with industry and bodies which used to be dominated by space agencies.
Thank you. And I think we have time for the last question by Samo.
Yeah, I have a question, especially as all the key speakers are coming. I mean, and they work previously with work previously with a space agency. I'm wondering, is there any good way to actually strengthen the collaboration between the more terrestrial deployments and space deployments? Because what I feel right now is that these two, I mean, there are many islands of DTN that we're trying and testing, especially in terrestrial. And we still haven't connected with any of the, at least I'm not aware of any of the space deployments. So I'm wondering if it would be possible from the space, for various space agencies to kind of develop some sort of sandboxes where this kind of a development test could be actually done together. And especially just because, I mean, that could be maybe a good starting point to when it comes to governance. So we start to collaborate, to discuss how to implement, how to hand out the numbers, how to manage entire system. Because just as you said, like we would want to kind of, we will probably have different ways of managing these networks. And I think it would be really beneficial for all of us to kind of start to work on this already now.
I can tell you that at JAXA, where I work, and normally there is a program called the Innovative Satellite Program, where we invite challenging technologies or innovative technologies to be demonstrated on our hosted payload. So those are one of the opportunities that the Japanese agency could support. I don't know about ESA. Maybe Felix can elaborate a little bit.
Well, I'm pretty much focused on the space mission side, but I know also about your work, Samo, and I'm really interested to learn from this because we probably have similar issues we have to solve. One issue which is currently quite important for us is, for example, reliability, accountability, things like that. So I think this is an area we should see how to come together. In general terms, also ESA is trying to use or to infuse things from space technology into terrestrial applications. Not so much in this area, but I think Juan, as you're running some of these projects, is much more aware of this.
Thank you. I think that we have finished our time, and we need to leave the floor to the next session. And I would like to thank all the speakers and the participants and for the great session. And I think I leave the floor to the
All right, thank you very much for this interesting session. We are moving on to the next session, which will be the agreeing on the messages of for focus area 3. And I see that Marco Lutti is already present in the chat, and we will have to wait a few more minutes for the moderator to arrive, but that will happen anytime now. I'll keep you updated, but for the meantime, we will just wait for a few minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having us. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, the moderator has arrived. I will give the floor to Jacques. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, Marco, once again. I hope you had a good night's rest after yesterday's discussion, where we were really amply discussing your excellent proposals and just adding here and there some touch of paint. And well, here we're back for the next focal points. So I think without further ado, I just leave the floor to you, Marco. After having said hello to everybody else, you know that maybe not yet the full drill. The idea is that we consolidate the single points from the various sessions into just a short set of pointed messages which have been drafted so far. So I leave the floor to our colleague in Geneva, I understand.
Thank you very much. As you rightly said, the idea about this moment is to find a minimum common denominator about the text, the content of these messages that my colleagues have prepared by looking at the summaries and the reports from today's sessions. We can directly jump to the first message. Today we will have 4 messages. Part of the sessions were extremely technical, so some of these messages are reflecting that, but let's look at the first one. I will read it out slowly and then see if there are any objections, either from the people in situ or online. The interconnected nature of the internet and the need for resilience favors a multi-stakeholder approach when discussing the problems of the internet. However, the current geopolitical tensions may challenge multi-stakeholderism. There is a need to resist this tendency and to have a fresh look on the multi-stakeholder approach, which may come from the youth voices that are still unrepresented in the internet governance debates. Are there any comments? I see that Klaus has switched on his microphone. Is it because it's a request for floor?
Yeah,
yes.
I have a slight problem with the fact that we don't question multi-stakeholderism itself. And I think we should at least mention the limitations, or that multi-stakeholderism isn't the last solution. And I think it was very clear also in the presentation that it's basically the current state of art, but that's not the end point. And there needs to be change, and there needs to be things. My problem is that we don't do multi-stakeholderism a good service by not at least questioning how can it be improved and how can it be done better, because there is something multi-stakeholderism, as people also in the event said, look, has a long history. It basically came in to our times again, and we need to show somehow that it needs to progress, that it has limits. That's the only comment I'd like to make.
Well pointed out. I think because I had a brief discussion with my colleagues, they told me about these issues that came up also in the sessions. The way they wrote the message is that's why they put fresh look on multi-stakeholder approach. But if it's too diplomatic, if it's too indirect, we can reformulate along and make this more explicit. If also other participants agree.
I would make a point to, if you can manage not to make multi-stakeholderism negative, but to say something positive. There is something positive we have which we can make better.
Okay.
Or develop into something new. And I think that's what came also out of the youth message. That was an important part of the youth message, was there is something new. We have something new. There's something we can we can new bring in, and you old farts, shut up. So, and I think that's part of my comment in that sense.
Okay, I understood. I will then add maybe a few, 2, 3, 4 words around fresh look on multi-stakeholder approach, because already this word fresh points exactly at what you said. So it is going in that direction. I will make it more explicit. And if other people who are present today agree.
Yeah, this is Lori.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind, I should have raised my hand. I apologize, Marco.
No problem.
Good hand. I agree with Klaus. I think there's probably room here for a little more questioning of, is the multi-stakeholder model, as we refer to it, the right multi-stakeholder model? Like, is there one meaning even for multi-stakeholder? I think that also kind of came out in the discussions as well. There's multi-stakeholder as we see it now, and then what it could be. And the other thing, from a grammatical viewpoint, I might rephrase the first question a little bit and just say the internet connected nature of the internet and the need for resilience favors a multi-stakeholder approach I would say when identifying the problems and discussing the solutions, because it's not just about discussing problems, it's about identifying solutions. And I'd like to see that, become part of that message, because that's only half the equation.
Well noted. Excellent.
Yeah, you're right. And my other comment is, I don't know if I would say the current geopolitical tensions. I might just say geopolitical tensions. There's always been geopolitical tensions. What you might say is, the current escalation of geopolitical tensions or something like that. But I wouldn't just say the current. I would either just say, however, geopolitical tensions may challenge, or however, the current escalation in geopolitical tensions. I think the formulation right now is not as precise as it could be.
Very, very well pointed out. So I will remove current. I will also add next to this, however, geopolitical tension or de-escalation of current geopolitical tensions, if this is even more precise. And I see a Rand Hayes raised hand right here. Yeah. From in situ, yes.
Yes. Jacques Berlinger. If you take out current, then we have a problem with the dynamics with fresh look later on. So either we are describing some kind of process, or we're describing some overall situation. That is one point. And the other point is replying to the first speaker with a well put. The need for resilience favors a multi-stakeholder approach. That, in my view, already has in itself that there are alternatives. So it's not, as I read it, I admit that I haven't been present, but I'm therefore even having a fresher look on it. I deduct that there are different approaches, and the multi-stakeholder approach is one of them.
Thank you for this comment. That's why I made the first reaction at the beginning. That's the reason behind this precise wording, the fresh look, to suggest that it has to be revisited. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put it that way. My question was, if you all agree that it's too implicit, it has to be has to be made even clearer. Then we can do so according to the comments that have been raised by the other two participants. Yes, Lori.
Marco, so I don't know your name in the FabLab in person, but your point is well noted about it then changes the direction of the message in the following sentence. But maybe we don't need to say there is a need to resist this tendency. There's always been a need to resist the tendency of flatly opposing views when it comes to governance. So maybe, however we decide to resolve the current escalating geopolitical tensions may challenge multi-stakeholderism. A fresh look approach may come from youth voices. I guess what I'm saying is the need to resist the tendency to, I'm not sure what the tendency is the tendency that we let geopolitical tensions disrupt multi-stakeholderism, or is the tendency to politicize multi-stakeholder? I'm not sure what the tendency is that we're trying to resist.
What if, yeah, I see the ambiguity there. What if, and if others agree as well, we just leave out tendency and we say that there is a need to take a fresh look on the multi-stakeholder approach, or especially considering youth voices that are unrepresented, etc. Would that clarify it more?
For me, that would clarify it more. I think tendency, as I said, I didn't get it. And I thought by changing the previous, maybe I'd be helping, but I think maybe just taking it out is what's needed.
Okay, now I take the head of why I'm here. My name is Jacques Picklinger. I'm co-chair of the Swiss IGF, and I have been asked by here EuroDIG to just represent and make just bring some cohesion in the overall process of reporting. And just one remark: it is absolutely okay to have the messages that are current today and may not be for eternity. So this is the thing about the messages. So we are talking about developments as they are happening, and the messages may well reflect this. Just, it would be okay if you agree on it to have current political, so something like dynamic that next year may no longer be true in the messages.
All right, then, hi, I have a counter proposal to that. Then what I would say is, however, the current geopolitical tensions are challenging, if they in fact are. I mean, we know already there have been issues at ICANN with letters from different constituencies asking to remove whole names out of the root, right? We've already seen that happen. I know in my own organization, I've seen correspondence as well with one particular group from one arena is not comfortable being on a working group with another group from a particular arena. This is happening. This is happening. So maybe it's not maybe it is challenging multi-stakeholderism, and there is a need to resist this. And it's time to take a fresh look. Then it makes sense, if we think that's what's happening.
Okay, so is it fine then we leave current, but we make it more direct, as Lori was suggesting? Current geopolitical tensions are challenging multi-stakeholderism. And then the second part, there is the need to take a fresher look on the multi-stakeholder approach, especially looking at the youth voices, etc. Do we have rough consensus?
Yeah, I would agree to that. I would even say escalating, because they're still escalating.
Excellent.
I mean, they're escalating in trade. Well, I would say the current escalating.
Just to be even more confusion, you could say that the current geopolitical problems just add to the existing challenging.
We could also add that. Okay. I understand that there is rough consensus on this message. And as I mentioned also yesterday, and probably at the beginning of this discussion time, you will also have the possibility of comment further on the edited version of these messages after the conference is over. So I will send you the updated version, and you will still have the possibility to comment on it further through the EuroDIG platform. Shall we move to the second message, which is a bit more technical and longer than this one? I will read it out loud. After agreeing on global principles and values to guide AI development, such as trustworthiness, transparency, and human-centered AI, there is a need to let regions and countries adapt these principles to their own realities through concrete documents, for example, toolboxes, targeted at policymakers and other actors. In this process, cross-regional dialogue is needed to ensure harmonization. Potential risks related to AI need to be examined in a holistic manner, and humans need to be in command. There is a need for oversight by independent and certified AI auditors who could enhance trust and assist with compliance. Independent co-auditors could also help to balance the need to protect intellectual property while also enhancing transparency. They could assess the respect for the public interest without the need to disclose valuable business information more widely. So there is a lot of meat in this message. And I see, do I see a hand? Yeah, from FabLab? Yes.
Yes, this time, well, as a participant this morning, I can speak to the content. It looks for me a little bit too much meat on the bone. So changing head for messages, it should be shorter. Actually, it is not, it is too much. Switching head again, saying well to the content, it also looks a little bit like a commercial for certified and independent AI auditors, as if Ernst & Young and PwC had the pen. So I think we need to make sure it is not too much emphasis in a way that it looks like a business model.
Klaus has a few remarks.
I just would like fully support that thing, and I would even warn against mentioning independent auditors at all, because independent auditors applies a certain political structure. It applies a certain economical structure. It implies so much that there is you can say there is a proposal of independent auditors on the table, but you should not validate it or promote it or overstate it in any way. And that's what I think yes, he made a very good point and he sold his organization very well. And as a CEO, he should be congratulated. But in the context of the EuroDIG, this as a message is really fully not appropriate.
Lori has raised a hand.
Yeah, I would say these are actually two bullets. There's the first bullet and it stops after in command. Mm-hmm. And then there's a second bullet, which would go along Klaus's thought, if we even think it is appropriate for EuroDIG. I think we could have a second bullet. This is not one bullet. All right, that's my first point. And the second point is a proposed solution or a solution that was discussed is this, it needs more discussion or something like that for the second bullet. You know, it was proposed or it has been proposed that there is a need for independent oversight, period. Not certified AI auditors, for independent oversight. And perhaps independent auditors could help balance the need. I don't know why we're talking about balancing the need to protect IP while also, I mean, I love the statement. I'm an intellectual property attorney, but I feel like there's three thoughts here. This is what AI should be. It should be essentially harmonized to the extent it can be. We need somebody who knows what they're doing to oversee processes to make sure they're in compliance, whatever we decide compliance is. And, talk about opening AI to data, we need to seek solutions for intellectual property. Let's not share too much if we don't have to. But I see three completely different thoughts in this one sentence.
Absolutely.
And I think they can be three bullets if that's allowed. Mm-hmm. I just wouldn't put it as one.
Mm-hmm. I fully hear what you're saying, and after the first two comments, I was thinking along what you have expressed. The problem of these daily messages last year was slightly simpler because each session had 3 messages, so they could be referred specifically to the topic that was discussed. This year, with focus areas, you have to put a little bit together AI governance and other multi-stakeholderism and other issues. But to come back to the message itself, before I give the floor to Klaus, because I saw the hand waving, My main point would be, do we actually want, to echo what Laurie was saying, mention this independent oversight, one second, this independent oversight point? Because if that is the most controversial, and I understood what you've said, we could just finish this message at command. Knowing that we have 4 messages, we are the second one, we have other 2, which are really the maximum, because we should have 2 messages from each focus area, and it would not be possible to split them in bullet points.
And I would simply say, I think it's worthwhile discussing the oversight of independent and so on. The problem is these are EuroDIG messages. These are not reports or summaries of the meeting. And nobody ever talked about the oversight of independent oversight as a message of the EuroDIG. And that's why I really would go with your point, stopping it at command and making 2 bullet points out of the first 2 sentences.
Well, now standing again means the official part. Actually, we should have 1 bullet point. So this is what also was just said before. The new thing that we have this year is we want to really condensed messages. So if something is not clearly and needs to be discussed because it took much time, then it should be left out. And in particular, 1 short bullet point becomes suddenly more weight than a longer, because it is easily read. So this means just either have just the first part, or, well, bring everything into 1 sentence. And my advice would be to take out everything about the AI outages.
Yeah. I think if you thank you for doing that. You're helping me to be brave and saying that maybe the whole message in this process, cross-regional dialogue is needed to ensure harmonization, potential risk related to AI need to be examined in a holistic manner, and humans need to be in command. That is the message and no more.
Okay.
These 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Because, okay, it's nothing new, but it strengthens existing messages.
I perfectly understood. And so I will leave out all the part from command onwards. So that point will not even be mentioned. And I see that we have, again, rough consensus about this. Can we move then to the 3rd message? Which is, again, a bit long. This one is more specifically on digital identities. Digital identity solutions need to be measured not only by their usefulness and functionality, but more importantly, by how they respect and reflect the fundamental human rights and common responsibilities. Any digital identity solution needs to be technology agnostic, as that will ensure a greater likelihood of global interoperability and favor greater user adoption. In order to ensure a checked and balanced management of digital identity systems, different bodies and authorities need to be involved in overseeing the deployment of digital identity technologies. Moreover, there is the need to create platforms of dialogue among the different parties concerned, law enforcement authorities, regulators, and private sector, so as to facilitate compliance with existing regulations when resources are lacking. Again, this is a quite rich message, and in this one as well, we can distinguish maybe 2 parts. One on the deployment of these technologies, more on the compliance with human rights and oversight at the national level, and one that it's the end of the message that is touching more upon multi-stakeholderism. So you have national authorities which should also engage in discussion with private companies and regulators to help each other comply. Are there any strong reactions to this?
Yeah, I feel like this is 3 bullets again. Yeah, I would end it. I would end it. The first bullet ends at 1 after responsibilities. The second bullet ends at adoption. And I think the last one might stand on its own because they're talking about different bodies and authorities.
Okay, yeah.
That seems to be all the same, but again, it seems to be three messages again.
Am I allowed to shoot myself into the foot?
Yes. Yes, please
Of
go
course, I love the first sentence. That's my sentence. I preach that's now it's 2 years. But in accordance to Laurie, wouldn't it be possible to put the human rights and the technology agnostic into one sentence somehow? And that would help it. The middle part, in order to check, that's not so much important. But if you're looking for the message, that's the last sentence, and that should be the main point. I think somehow we can get that everything before the moreover. Yes. It should be mentioned, but it should be in a much shorter form or concise form. But the moreover thing should stay as it is, in my opinion.
So yeah.
And thank you for including human rights, fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Okay. Any reactions from FabLab? Yes.
Yes, I should just shortly for the process. Unfortunately, we cannot have several bullet points out of it. It must be one. One might also think whether the last sentence is, and this is totally contrary to what was just said, the last sentence striking out altogether, because this is more or less one buzzword, which is multilateralism. So what else would one expect from EuroDIG? But it's either needs to be in at all cost or can be left out totally. Up to you to decide.
Which phrase? I'm sorry.
So last one. Moreover, there is a need to create platforms.
Yeah. If I can quickly.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't see
Go
that
ahead.
as super essential, believe it or not, because isn't there assumption that that is happening, or we don't assume that? I'm with you, Mr. whose name for whatever reason I keep forgetting. I think that presupposes multi-stakeholderism.
If I can quickly react on that, since we are reading all the messages of the same focus area, I want to remind you that also the first message that we discussed a few minutes ago was specifically on multi-stakeholderism. Again, it was not specifically on digital identities, but it was already conveying a message on multi-stakeholderism about this fresh look, etc. I know it's not exactly what it's touched upon here, but it may be also repetitive to have two messages about multi-stakeholderism.
Right, so we can strike them moreover. Because I think the first two thoughts are the most important. That it needs to be human rights centric and technology agnostic. I think this idea of interoperability is really key.
Okay,
I take that what I said before back. I think I see your point now.
No, the problem is that maybe there are too many messages coming out from each session. It's just to make them coherent, and actually, as it was said before, we just should pick one or two. So from what I'm understanding from all your comments, we can keep the first two sentences from the start, digital identity, until greater user adoption. So we have the human rights element, we have the technology agnostic element, and we just make it a little bit more coherent, be it in one sentence or just adjust slightly the wording, but it's more on the aesthetics than on the content. And the rest we leave out. Do we have a rough agreement on that?
Can I ask a question? Ensure greater likelihood of global interoperability. Do we really need the likelihood in there? If you just say it will ensure greater global yeah.
It's fine by me. Yeah. Okay, so we leave out likelihood as well. Perfect. Okay, then we can move to the last one, which is again even more technical because it's about delayed tolerant networks. Here we are. Delayed tolerant networks, DTNs, will help us expand networking in the interplanetary space for the benefit of the whole humanity. These networks will serve for human and robotic missions in the space and exploration of deep space. It's possible applications will include lunar communication, Mars internet working, and Earth observation missions. We would need to discuss rules and regulations around DTNs, network security policies, and governance models. We need to find a way to enable DTN evolution towards a large, open, and inclusive system, which would maintain flexibility and allow for innovation. We should not repeat the steps from the internet, but should look at the multi-stakeholder model as effective model. Okay, again, multi-stakeholderism, of course, is coming up again, and but as you can see, this message is specifically on DTNs and space. Yes.
It will. Its possible application will include lunar communication. I think that whole sentence is superfluous, and we would need to discuss rules around that. We should discuss. The multi-stakeholder sentence should be out. Maybe I know it sounds very, very simplistic, but maybe the whole message is just the first two sentences.
Yeah, this is FabLab. Yeah, Samo. So I would suggest the first thing that I would like to add is maybe to add the terrestrial, because you mentioned only space in this. So
okay.
I'm a little bit frightened that people don't understand DTNs.
Yeah.
Is there any very short way to explain what it is? What does?
Let's see how we use it for a session description, because I think we should maybe add bilateral networks, and then maybe if we talk about interplanetary internet, like bilateral networks as a building block of interplanetary internet.
Okay.